presentations. There's some back there. I just don't have ink anymore. Freaking Ridley spreading rumors about me.
Of course she has. I'm just saying.
Crazy ass. That I'm part of the Matsuda.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District, March 13th board meeting. I'm AESD Board President Ryan Rellis. I call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 915-308-0215. Cuando se la pida, introduzca el PIN 189-738-269 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has the opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public comment session by 6:30 p.m. Let us begin with the roll call. To my far right, I have board member Jackie Philbeck.
Present.
Board member Juan Alvarez.
Present.
Board member Mark Lopez.
Present.
Board clerk Dr. Paulo Macalas.
Hey, everybody.
I'm
Present.
your board president, Ryan Rellis. Item 1B, public speakers for closed session agenda items. We have one public speaker for closed session agenda items, and I'd like to welcome Miss Maria Alejo from CSEA. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and cabinet. We see that you'll be reviewing Superintendent Downing's performance evaluation, and we feel that he has done an amazing job of moving our district forward with all the 21st century advancements and programs. We thank him for his service to the Anaheim community and ask that you look at one of your own amazing employees to serve as our next superintendent. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. On that note, item 2, adjournment to closed session. The board will adjourn to discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, public employment, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, conference with labor negotiator, and public employee performance evaluation. May I have a motion to adjourn to closed session? So moved by Trustee Lopez, seconded by Trustee Alvarez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We are going to closed session.
next time. Hi gamers, welcome back. Thank you for joining us for our second lesson about how to be a good gamer. Today's lesson is all about constructive feedback. My name is Miss Dolter.
And I'm Mr. Jim.
Before we begin our second lesson, let's do a quick review of what you learned last time. What did you discuss last week? When you're feeling like rage quitting, what can you do to get yourself back into the positive state of mind where you can continue competing? What do you like to do?
You know what? I think it was brought up last lesson where you can just go out and touch grass. Just take your mind off of things, relax, take a breath, and then come back to it at another time.
That is a great idea. Actually, my favorite thing to do is to go find my dog and give that dog a pet. Yeah, it just makes me feel so good.
Very calming.
And then I'm ready to go back to the game. We're gonna give you guys a minute to talk about it with your coach. What are you gonna do when you feel like you are rage quitting?
Welcome back, gamers. Hope you had a great discussion. We're going to get into our next topic, and that's feedback, commenting on something someone else did. I can solve conflict peacefully and effectively. I can identify the difference between positive and negative relationship in my life. I can use the correct tone of voice and body language in different situations.
So let's talk about the specific types of feedback that you can give. The first type is positive feedback. This is a kind statement that makes someone feel good about what they did. For example, wow, Mr. Jim, you did an awesome job. How'd that make you feel?
Well, thank you. It made me feel really good. Thank you.
Now with your coach, why don't you come up with some examples of positive feedback? I hope you had a good discussion with your coach and gave some great examples of positive feedback. We're going to move on to the next type of feedback, which is constructive feedback. Constructive feedback is a respectful statement that gives suggestions for improvement. For instance, you tried really hard. Next time, make sure you stick to your zone instead of chasing the ball. I kind of like that one. It was still pretty positive because it talked about trying really hard, but then they also gave a suggestion about what could be done differently. How would you feel if you received this compliment, Mr. Jim?
You know, I think it is very constructive, and it helps me focus on something that I can improve myself in, and yet still make me feel part of the team, part of the positive experience. So
I like how you said improvement, because we want to improve. We want our gamers and our game members, we want our team members to do better. So I really liked that. Why don't you guys take a minute and talk with your coach, see if you can come up with some examples of constructive feedback.
Welcome back, gamers. Hope you had some time to have some nice thought-provoking conversations. We're going to go ahead and jump into our next topic, which is negative feedback. It's a hurtful statement that unlikely points out what someone did wrong with no sincere suggestion for improvement. So let me give you an example, okay? What were you thinking? That was terrible. Ms. Doltz, how does that make you feel?
That makes me feel horrible. If I hear it from a classmate, a teacher, a parent, a teammate, that would just make me want to stop what I was doing and never do it again. So I hope, boys and girls, that you are not hearing a lot of negative feedback. But how does negative feedback affect you? Talk about it with your coach. Welcome back, gamers. Now that we have introduced you to the 3 types of feedback, we are going to now pose a question to you. Out of positive feedback, constructive feedback, and negative feedback, which one of these seems the most useful for helping your teammates improve? Talk about it with your coach.
Welcome Welcome back, gamers. Now it's time for you guys to practice. We're going to read a few statements, and then you guys can go ahead and practice on them. Number one, decide if the statement is negative, constructive, or positive, and then talk with your teammates and discuss with your coach.
Statement number one. We would have won that match if you didn't mess up so much. Have a talk with your coach. Is that a negative, constructive, or positive comment?
Now it's time for statement number two. I couldn't believe how quickly you saw that ball going toward our goal and got there.
Next up is statement number three. Next time, I think you should play defense because you are much better at blocking.
All right, time for statement number four. Awesome job getting the ball out of our zone.
Next up is statement number five. Did you?
Hi there. Okay, I see on the right there's a Y with flowers that says Yesenia Mancha. And then on the left, I see it looks like you have an owl camera. So it has like the big panoramic on the top. And then I see a gentleman waving and the empty chairs behind him. And then I see two people on the right. Not any. Hi. Hi there. Um, okay. 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 Yeah, why don't we test out me sharing, see how clear it is to see the slides? Let's see if I can do this. So does that look pretty good? Okay. But, it's a okay. I think if it's large enough for them to see, let's keep mine sharing, and then we'll take it. I'll be able to share that way. And then when I'm done presenting, I'll just stop presenting so that everyone can see me again. On screen. Yeah, I saw a little bit of it. I can see it above you now too. Um, so I think I could see it. Looked like it was pretty good. The screens look very big, so I think that will work just fine. Okay. Excellent. So, so what I'm noticing is I can hear everything in the room. So when there aren't other people talking, I have trouble hearing you. But I'm guessing during the presentation it will be pretty quiet in the room. So yeah, so then it should be okay. 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 That's okay. Okay. And I want to make sure I heard your name. It's Janice. Okay. And Yesenia was in there too. Okay. Great. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I've got it right next to me. Okay. Okay. I'm having trouble hearing you now, but I think what we're saying is that maybe at 6:30 I can just get online and kind of wait till the meeting starts. Is that what we're saying? Wait until my part starts? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 I'm gonna move my computer to another location in my house, but Yesenia, if Yesenia could send me a text, then I'll have her number too, in case I need to get her. And then I think we'll be all set. Okay. Okay, sounds great. And I'm the only one attending virtually tonight, is that right? Yeah, okay. All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for working with me to do this. I really appreciate it, and I'll be seeing you in just a little bit then. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
School District March 13th board meeting. I am the AESD board president, Ryan Rellis, and I call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 915-308-0215. Cuando se la pida, introduzca el PIN 189-738-269 y la tecla numeral. Let's go ahead and begin with our flag salute. Our flag salute this evening is going to be led by one of our scholars here from Lincoln Elementary School, Miss Sofia Fregoso. Is Sophia here? Awesome. Come on up, Sophia.
Please rise. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. May all be seated.
Thank you, Miss Fregoso. Let's go ahead and start with introductions and roll call. To my far right, we have Trustee Ms. Jackie Philbeck.
Good evening, everyone.
We have Trustee Juan Alvarez.
Good evening.
Trustee Mark Lopez.
Hello, good evening.
Board Clerk, Dr. Paulo Macales.
Hey, everybody.
I am your board president, Ryan Rillis. To my left, Dr. Chris Downing, our superintendent.
Good evening, everyone.
Our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Mary Grace.
Hello, everyone.
Our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Ms. Dina Milan.
Good evening.
I have our Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, Mr. Jesse Chavarria.
Good evening, everyone.
We have, back on my far right, our Senior Director of School Safety and Operations, Ms. Tracy Golden.
Good evening.
Our Communications Coordinator, Ms. Belinda Gordillo. Our Senior Administrative Assistant, too, Yesenia Mancha.
Good evening.
Our interpreters in the back, we have Avelina Roque and Jasmine Anaya. Our Technology Support Technician, Janice Cato. And in the back, in the very back, hidden in that room back there is our Media Services. That is Mr. Brian Brooks. In regards to our report of closed session actions items taken, the Board of Education voted 5-0 to mitigate litigation against the Gibraltar casualty. Initiate litigation against Gibraltar casualty. Now, before we go ahead and adopt the agenda, it is my honor to go ahead and bring up our 4th through 6th grade students from Lincoln Elementary School for their performance. Our students will be performing 3 short drum cadences titled Trick or Treat, Invader, and We Will Rock You. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Robertson. I'm one of the vice principals at Lincoln Elementary. We are so proud and excited for you to hear our brand new Lincoln Elementary drumline. This is the first year. They've been practicing very hard over the past few months, and they've performed at our Halloween parade. They perform at our soccer games and pep rallies, and we're so excited for you to be able to experience our amazing Lincoln drumline. I'm going to turn it over to one of our music teachers, Ms. Dupuy.
Hello, everybody. I am Mrs. Dupuy. I teach 4th grade through 6th grade at Lincoln Elementary. And now, behind us, we have our drumline group. And this is the first time ever that we have a drumline group at Lincoln, and I believe also in Anaheim Elementary School District. Now, within our group, we do have our 4th through 6th grade that have auditioned to be in this group. So this group right here is the best of our school, and they are amazing. They are so, so good. Yeah. And just so you know, the drums that we do have here on stage, we do have our bass drums, which we have Denise, Lily, Leah, and Abriana on the bass drums. We do have our cymbal players. We have Stephen, Sophia, Abby, and right now we have Roslyn as well. And over here, we have our snare drums, which will feature Penny, Ruby, Alexis, and Andrew. And then we have our tenor drums. We have Arav, we have Ethan, and Joaquin. And that is our drumline group. All right, so we're going to get started. We're going to have and feature one of our 5th graders, Penny, singing a song, We Will Rock You, with our drumline. And we know you know this song, so please, please stomp your feet and jam along with us. And can we do a little practice real quick? Yeah, this is music, so you're going to do some music here. So everyone, if we can practice our stomp, stomp, clap. Stomp, stomp, clap. Join me, stomp, stomp, clap. And I believe you know the words already. We don't have to practice that. Perfect. Ready, and stop. Good job. Good job. I know. Sorry. Save it, because you're going to be singing with them, okay? All right, so here is Lincoln's drumline for We Will Rock You.
All right, so I'm the other music teacher. My name is Mr. Smith, and I teach the TK through 4th grade. And the next song that we are going to be doing is one that we did during the Halloween parade, which is why it's called Trick or Treat. Just wanted to take a second just to thank our district for allowing us to be here today, and for being such a huge support for our music programs and letting our kids have these awesome opportunities.
voice anyway, so it's okay. All right. So there we go. Okay, so we are going to be playing our last cadence called Invader. So this is our last cadence that we have. So please enjoy our amazing Lincoln drumline. Thank you again for checking us out.
Are they going that way or this way?
This way. Okay. And you guys? That way.
The rest are going to go the other way.
Yes, we're going to loop around.
You guys follow me?
That way?
Oh. Well, we go with Mr. Robertson.
Yes, please.
Oh.
Go that way.
Are they going to come back out? Or they're going all the way? Okay. Okay, cool. Perfect.
All right. So that was an awesome way to start our meeting, I think. It's just so cool. So cool. So can I go ahead and get an adoption of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second, Alvarez.
Moved by Dr. McCallus. Seconded by Trustee Alvarez. Any discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Great. Now let's get down to it with our special order of business. We're going to go ahead and start off with a recognition of our Ponderosa student, Savannah Luis.
Good evening, board members and Anaheim community. We would like to acknowledge Ponderosa Elementary student Savannah Luis for her remarkable water-wise artwork. Her submission was selected by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and was featured in the student art calendar for January 2024. How about a round of applause for that? This water poster contest serves as an educational platform, fostering awareness about the significance of water conservation in the daily lives of our students. Tonight, we are honored to be joined by Vice Principal Danya Mays from Ponderosa Elementary, who will share a few words about this achievement.
Good evening, esteemed board members, cabinet, and our AESD family. Anaheim Elementary School District has a strong history of promoting visual arts within our innovative, esteemed programs at each of our schools. Today, we are proud to recognize an amazing Ponderosa student, Savannah Luis. Her teacher describes her as dependable, responsible, helpful, and considerate of others. Savannah is also a team player who excels in visual arts. Savannah's caring character, in conjunction with her creative artistry, led her to produce a beautiful media piece to promote environmental consciousness of water use. As Dr. Downing said, Savannah Luis is the proud winner of the City of Anaheim Public Utilities 32nd Annual Water Awareness Student Poster Contest for her grade level. The Water Poster Contest is an educational initiative that teaches children about water conservation in their daily lives. This inspired Savannah to create her project. Savannah was recognized for her outstanding water-wise artwork by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, earned a spot in the 2024 Student Art Calendar, and was recognized at the Public Utilities Board meeting, as well as being recognized at the Honda Center by the City of Anaheim Public Utilities Department. But we are most excited to recognize her here tonight at our AESD board meeting, as Savannah radiates the creativity, character, dedication, and work ethic of Ponderosa and of our district. Congratulations, Savannah Luis, for this amazing success. Unfortunately, we just received word that Savannah could not make it tonight, but we will be playing this for her on our Ponderosa newscast on Friday.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. On that note then, congratulations, Savannah, on this awesome recognition. Moving on then to our recognition of our Sunkist School student, Marco Solis, Dr. Christopher Downing, Superintendent, as well as Stephanie Shoemate, the Sunkist School Principal.
Good evening again, everyone. We are pleased to announce that Marco Solis, a Sunkist Elementary School student, was recently honored with the 2024 Every Student Succeeding Award from AXA Region 17. How about a round of applause for that? Marco's journey, which is marked by his resilience, embodies the spirit of overcoming challenges to achieve success. We thank the dedicated staff at Sunkist, whose support and guidance have undoubtedly contributed to Marco's achievements and made a lasting impact on his educational journey. Tonight, we are joined by Principal Stephanie Shoemate from Sunkist Elementary, who will share a few words about his amazing achievement. And board member Phil Beck and I were fortunate enough to attend a breakfast where Marco was honored, and he's just a tremendous young man. So when he does come up, please give him the loudest round of applause as possible. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, awesome Anaheim family. I'm the proud principal at Sunkist School, and Marco and I actually began our journey at Sunkist 4 years ago at the same time when we joined the Sunkist family together. I was a new principal, he was a new student, and it has been my honor to watch him really embody and represent every day the foundation of our PBIS plan of being respectful and responsible and safe. He is an awesome young man who overcomes hard days, easy days. He manages all the days. He's a kind person who believes in having a great smile and including others in what he does. One of the sayings we have at Sunkist is, saber cats are respectful, responsible, and safe, and most of all, saber cats persevere. And I do believe I can speak on behalf of our school community in saying that Marco is a pillar of perseverance. We're so proud of him, and we can't wait to see the amazing things he will continue to do in his future. So Marco, I'd love to invite you to stand up here next to me so I can present you this amazing award.
Yeah, Marco! Woo!
Yes, Marco, another award. You're so amazing. It says that we are presenting this to you for exemplary resilience and being a recipient of the 2024 Every Student Succeeding Award. We're so proud of you.
Should we go up there?
So most special of all, we're going to ask our board members to come down, and Marco, we'd love to take some pictures with you.
That was awesome. Awesome. Okay, now moving on to C, our special order of business, which is our superintendent search firm interviews. Now, the district is seeking a new superintendent and will hire a search firm to facilitate the process and support the board in finding the best candidate for our district. The purchasing team published a request for a proposal, an RFP, inviting the submission of the proposals for search firm services. The notice was published in the Orange County Register on February 16th and on February 23rd, and also on our district website. The proposals were due by March 8th, 2024 at 2 p.m. The RFP document gave specific instructions on how and where to submit the proposals. Once the deadline closed, the purchasing team reviewed proposals for responsiveness and completeness. Firms meeting the criteria were invited for an interview this evening. Tonight, the board will interview 3 superintendent search firms and will take action to select a firm so we can begin the process as soon as possible. The board received the proposals last week for review. Each firm has a total of 15 minutes to share their proposals with the board. The firms have been asked to make a 10-minute presentation and answer questions, whatever questions we may have from the board, in no more than 5 minutes. My board clerk here, Dr. Paulo Magalas, will be our timekeeper and give us a 2-minute notice so that the firm can make a concluding statement. When 2 minutes are up, and you only have 2 minutes remaining, he will be showing you the yellow card. The board afterwards will take a recess after all the presentations and return for discussion and selection. Maybe, we may take a recess, we'll see. And the executive assistant to the superintendent, Chantal, will contact all firms tomorrow to inform them of the board's decision. Cool. All right. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the Alma Advisory Group, Monica Santana Rosen. The Alma Advisory Group will be conducting their interview virtually. Alma, can you hear us?
It's Monica.
Or is this Monica? Monica, right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Monica. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. Okay, and you heard the instructions about the time and all that stuff? Okay, awesome.
I did.
All right, team, are we ready to begin? Okay, go ahead, Monica, take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to get started. All right, well, good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you for having us, and I appreciate all the support and allowing me to join you virtually this evening. My name is Monica Santana Rosen. I'm the CEO and founder of Alma Advisory Group. Alma Advisory Group has been supporting districts all over the country with all of their work around recruiting, retaining, developing great staff, and creating the conditions where people can do their best work. We support superintendent searches as well, and I'm pleased to share more with you about that work this evening. So a little bit about the team dedicated to this search. There are 6 of us dedicated to this search. I would be leading this search. We have Eliana Pereira, who would be supporting with project coordination. Sylvia Flowers, who leads all of our work on interviewing and screening candidates. We have Ines Vela, who supports community engagement. Nita Lasapanco, who supports data entry. Nata Thompson, our lead recruiter and sourcer on the team. So what can you expect from Alma? There are a few things that distinguish us in the superintendent search process. The first thing is that we value and center all of our work in community voice. We like to say that the people with the most at stake in this decision shouldn't just have the opportunity for input, they should really be at the table driving the process. We understand ultimately it's the board's decision. Your work is enriched by understanding the lived experiences of the community, what your parents desire for their schools, for their students, what your students have to say about what they're looking for the future of the district, your teachers and staff. So we seek authentic ways to sit down and really hear from the community and to come back and share with you and with the community what we heard. The other thing that's really important to us is our focus on supporting and facilitating an anti-racist hiring process. For us, helping the board reach alignment around the competencies most important for the role, and then utilizing that at every step in the process results in a process that's more challenging and rigorous for candidates. And every single time you have more candidates of color emerge because a rigorous process clears away a lot of the noise that tends to work against leaders of color in processes like these. We're known for the talented and diverse candidate pools that we produce, and we're really proud of the facilitation and support that we provide our boards. We work with you as partners. You're deciding how you want this process to go, and we're there helping you at every step of decision making that you have to make in this process. I didn't say anything about myself, so real quickly, I'm the child of immigrants from the Dominican Republic. I'm really proud that at Alma we can lead meetings in Spanish for families. We know that much of the community in Anaheim Elementary School District is Latino, and this is something that we bring to the table that we're excited to offer here. As I mentioned about our process, we have steadfast results in terms of the diversity of the candidates that we bring forward. With our superintendent searches, our percent of Latinx leaders is a bit higher. The statistics that are here up on the slide represent all of our searches. And so what you see here is 2/3 of our finalist pools and 3/4 of our ultimate hires among our processes tend to be leaders of color and nearly half women. So I want to share a little bit more about our community engagement. We work with the community in a number of ways. It's very normal for us to have 50 different listening sessions, focus groups, interviews. These things are determined in partnership with the board. We also carry out a survey, and we have rich data analysis that we come back and share with the community. In recent searches, we've actually shared back with the students what we heard from them and how their voices inform the process. What we also do is we utilize what came out of community engagement to work with the board to develop a competency-driven candidate profile. It's really important to us that the board is fully aligned from the beginning. What are all the things that are most important to you all that you as a board can get behind? And what are the ways in which you want to lead this process? What's your shared purpose? What are the things you want to make sure Alma gets right in the way we carry out this search that honors the community, honors your students? A little bit more about our experience in student superintendent searches. We've been in many dynamic districts around the country: Denver, Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, Madison, Wisconsin. We're currently leading a search in Lawrence Public Schools, which is in Massachusetts, and very similar in demographics to Anaheim Elementary School District. We've been enjoying this evening, getting to see how you honor your community and your students in the things that you're celebrating this evening. We've seen that as well in our research of the district. We think there is a huge draw to Anaheim Elementary School District. The work that you've done in equity, social justice, the deep connections and commitment that each of you as board members have, teachers of the year, celebrated awarded teachers, people who have deep roots and deep engagement in the community, even beyond the school district, is just so valued to leaders who are considering opportunities like this one. But the fact that you have E2 STEAM D in every single one of your schools is super exciting. So we look forward to learning more about that, but we think the rich resources that you've made available to everyone are a huge thing to celebrate and to champion. So there's lots more that I can say, but I really wanted to be as efficient with my time so that I could give you as much time as possible to ask any questions that you might have.
What did we put on originally? Yeah, can you put 5?
Okay. I do have a question. When's your current search going to be over, the one that you're currently on right now?
Say that again. What is the current search we're leading?
The current search that you're on right now, when are you in Lawrence Public Schools, Massachusetts? When are you projected to have that finished?
Yeah, so we're screening candidates right now in Lawrence. We are expecting to close that search by June. We're expecting to begin district level interviews in the month of April and most likely finalist stage in May.
And then my last question is, I did notice that travel is not included in your pricing. How many members of your team, if we were to pick your firm, would you be sending over?
When we visit on site?
If you were to come...
We typically bring 5 team members on site to have as many meetings as possible while we're there. We also carry out meetings virtually and at different hours of days, weekends where needed, so that we can meet with as many people as possible.
Thank you.
I have a question. In your packet, it says that you design anti-bias competency-driven interview activities. Could you give me some examples of those activities, please?
Yes, absolutely. So we start by being as clear as we can on the skills required for the role and screening for those skills only. So what we don't want is people have criteria in the back of their head that no one else knows about. We want to make sure everybody is clear about what it is that we're recruiting and screening for. The competency-driven screening for us is the best way to mitigate bias in the process. The second thing is that we really insist on anti-bias training for anyone who's participating as an interviewer, whether that's a board member or whether you open up parts of the process to the community. We want to make sure that everyone has an awareness of how their bias influences the way they listen to candidates and the way they assess candidates, and that as much as possible, we're creating spaces to manage that. And then finally, we work with you to design a screening process that's structured So there are multiple eyes on each candidate, multiple points of view and perspectives, and that candidates have a performance-based process. They're able to demonstrate to you how they make decisions and how that applies to the competencies you're screening. So it's not just tell us how you think about a thing or how you define a thing, but let's give you a true to life example, a situation that has occurred here or could occur here, and or let's look at your proven track record around the things we're really looking to accomplish here in our district.
I have another question. On page 7 of your packet, it says that the ALMA team will meet with select members of the board in its Disney. So I'm wondering why it said select and not all.
I'm sorry, it was a little distorted. Something about meeting with select
Sure, yeah.
members of the board.
So on page 7, where it says stakeholder engagement, one of the statements says the ALMA team will meet with select members of the board. I'm wondering why the language doesn't say all.
I'm sorry, I don't have the proposal open in front of me, but we do meet with all board members. So we meet with all board members with a regular cadence. Usually it's every 2 weeks. Sometimes it's once a month. There are times when the board might select liaisons or a subcommittee that's meeting with us more frequently. Mainly that's around the logistics of the search process, but really we design the entire process with the full board. So I'm sorry, I didn't have the proposal open in front of me to clarify that, but we're not actually limiting who on the board we work with in this process.
I have another question if nobody else does. Do you have a question? Go ahead. Okay. Under monitoring of incoming talent pool and initial screening of candidates, I'm trying to get a feeling for if you have a network of leaders that you already connect with, that you have interactions with, or are you strictly looking at whomever applies to the position and going from there?
Yeah. So, we're out there networking and talking to candidates, potential candidates from the first day that we begin this search. But our recruitment efforts are really driven by what we learn in the community engagement. So we know best once we begin meeting with the full board, what you care about, what your values are, the things you want to make sure your next leader is really bringing to the table. And we really care about what your community also is talking about and where those things come together. So the heart of our recruitment usually begins after the community engagement search. So I don't have in my back pocket like a group of people that I'm ready to move forward. It's really going to be driven by what we learn about you once we're there.
Thank you.
You have questions?
Thank you. Trustee
Okay, I got
Philbeck.
5 seconds.
Okay, some of this, welcome, by the way. Some of this has, I think, been answered on page.
Trustee Philbeck, can you speak into the mic, please?
Trying. Okay, let me shift over. Thank you. Okay. And I think you'll have quick answers for these. On page 2, when you're talking about the engagement with the community, regarding authentic engagement with community, it includes anti-bias training, which you already talked about. Is that what you're also talking about, the focus groups, interviews, listening sessions? Is that what your engagement with the community, that's what you meant by that?
So engagement happens throughout the search process. Oftentimes at the very beginning, we begin by learning what you already know, and any focus groups, anything that's already taken place with the community, we want to learn about that. Then we work with the board to engage in this rich community engagement at the beginning of the process, but also to establish how and when you want to communicate back with the community throughout the search. So typically, in the midpoint of the search, we're working together with you around how we're going to continue to come back to the community, share what we're learning, share what's happening. The next big stage of community engagement is in the way we design the finalist stage. So we'll work with you to design how you bring community in once you have finalists. so that they can sit at the table and meet with your candidates as well. And then obviously you're introducing your next superintendent. So community engagement for us is woven through everything.
Thank you. And I've been involved with interviews before at this, but just briefly, if you could define your competency-driven interview activities.
Yeah, so essentially we start by, once we've clarified what are the skills, knowledge, abilities that you want candidates to bring? Are there certain values you want to make sure that candidates are adhering to? What are you looking for in terms of their commitment to the community? We're talking through all of these kinds of things, and we establish a profile that is really targeted to those things. We then build together with the board, we co-design an interview process that's measuring those things. So we're designing specific interview activities, questions, scenarios, activities that you feel confident represents what the day in the life kind of job is going to look like for your next superintendent. And that really is giving you insight into those skills that you're looking for. We then facilitate your scoring of those. We train you in that. We facilitate that. We debrief together. And then we support you as you make your determination how well each candidate actually demonstrated those things that you were looking for. So those are kind of the highlights of that process. I just want to share, Alma takes most of the burden in terms of building those interview guides for you. You all are kind of the designers of it, but we're the builders. We're doing all of the work on your behalf so that you have everything you need as you carry out those interviews.
Okay, and just a couple more. On page 6, just how long are you on board with your task with the knowledge transfer at the end? I'm assuming at the end. What does that look like? Or how long are you on board with us after the selection is made and we're into the knowledge transfer?
So I just want to make sure, okay. I just want to make sure that we're doing this clarifying question because of the fact that we had said 5 minutes for questions, but I want all the board to have, enough time and whatnot. But Trustee Philbick, can this be
We can skip that one because I'd rather just ask you, what do you know about our district?
Perfect question.
I'll skip the last one. Yeah. What do you know about us?
So what we've learned about, first of all, the Anaheim as a community in a region, your positioning as a city geographically is fantastic. Just where you are geographically connected to all these family destinations. But as a community and as a district, we're really impressed. First, I want to start with the community, which is majority Latino, and just seeing the energy and the spirit with which this meeting started, it matched what we were expecting. You seem to have a very student-centered place that you've created. We're really impressed with the fact that you have brought in language immersion, dual language immersion, and STEAM into every single one of your schools. So the focus on equity and delivery of resources is really impressive to us. And then your board, which is strong, stable, high functioning, is a huge draw to any superintendent. But even more so, the fact that there are award-winning teachers, there are parents whose students are in the district, there are leaders who are leaders not just in the schools, but in other aspects of the city. All of these things are really impressive to us and are things that your candidates are really going to be drawn to.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for being here. A question regarding your recruitment, because you've recruited quite a few superintendents and other candidates, it looks like. But has there been a case where maybe a superintendent hasn't worked out, hasn't been a match for a district? And if so, what would be your guarantee in that case?
Yeah. So up until last week, we had 100% of our superintendents who are still at their districts. Last week, we do have one district where the superintendent's contract is not being renewed, and that's in Eugene, Oregon. He's been there 2 years. all of our other superintendents are still with their districts. We are at this point in time, I think we would have to discuss with you if you wanted to have some sort of a discount in the case of a redo of a superintendent search. I know that's something that other firms are able to offer. It's not something we offer right now. The volume of searches that we do is very low. And it would be a big financial risk for my business to redo a superintendent search the way that we do for free. But we would be able to consider some sort of discount or something. Now, of course, if it turns out the error is on Alma's part or there was something that we missed along the way, we are always accountable for that. A lot of the times when there's a turnover in the superintendency, it may have nothing to do with what was delivered in the superintendent search. And so it's hard for us to guarantee like any possible departure of a superintendent. But that said, we've a very strong success record with the superintendents that we've placed.
All right. I believe that concludes our questioning for this evening. We thank you very much for your presentation and for answering the questions this evening that we posed. Chantel Moreno from the superintendent's office will contact you tomorrow morning to share our decision. But as of right now, thank you, Alma Advisory Group, for being here this evening. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Okay, we would now like to welcome our educational support services with Dr. Suzette Lovely and Dr. Joseph Farley. Can we get the mic turned up a little louder, please?
Thank you for including us tonight. This is my colleague, Suzette Lovely. And before Suzette makes our formal presentation, I want to just share some thoughts with you. I think we bring a very unique perspective to your superintendent search, because we really know your district and your community. We worked with the board in 2018 when Dr. Downing was selected as superintendent. And although Suzette and I together have done literally dozens of searches, we always refer back to the one we did in Anaheim as an exemplary search. And I hope you remember this, but we recall some very significant depth in our consultation and collaboration with you as trustees. We worked hand in hand with you to make sure that that drove every aspect of your search. We also received very significant and valuable input from all of your stakeholders, parents, staff members, community members, that told us about their hopes for your district and its new superintendent. And that led to a leadership profile, which was a very significant needs assessment for you at that particular time in your development as a district. And some of this knowledge about your district is because we're Southern California raised. We attended California school districts ourselves, and we've been superintendents in Southern California school districts. But it's also influenced by the fact that I once served as the superintendent of the Anaheim Union High School District, where many of you have worked over the years and or currently do. And so that's influenced my work here as well. I also think we can very realistically, knowledgeably market where your district is at today, because I'm cognizant of how far you have come in the last many years. You are and should be proud of your instructional program, its scope, its diversity, all the innovation that has happened here in recent years. You are a very, very stable board, And you also have a very stable cabinet. You've modernized so many of your schools, and they're incredibly beautiful. And then, of course, the reputation of the city of Anaheim itself is something that is going to be very attractive and easy to market as your representatives in this next search. So Suzette will present our formal presentation, and then we'll come back and answer your questions.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you and staff, thank you for having us. And as Dr. Farley said, we were here in 2018, and it would be wonderful to return again. And congratulations to Dr. Downing for almost 6 years in that role. So we thought what would be easiest in the short amount of time is to focus on how ESS, so now we're with Education Support Services, we were with a different firm when we were here last time, how our firm is different from some of the others that you will be hearing from tonight. And we all focus on similar things with recruiting candidates and going out and meeting with your education partners. But here are just a couple of highlights with Education Support Services. First, we liken ourselves to a very concierge level search firm. We don't do the most searches in California every year. We do about 6 to maybe 10. You can see on our table in there the searches that we've done recently. Our goal isn't to do more, it's to do high quality of the boards that we work with. We're also locally grown, as Dr. Farley said, but we're nationally connected. I have a close relationship with AASA, the School Superintendents Association. I started the Female Aspiring Superintendent Academy there 4 years ago and have done a lot of work with their different academies, and we have a close relationship there. We also don't have a stable where we have the same candidates that go to several different districts. Every search is unique. Every search starts over again. We also believe firmly that trustees should get everything. You get and see all the application materials. We have a partnership. We're affiliated. We're our own LLC, but we have an affiliation with a law firm, AALRR, so we have access to those ed law attorneys if we have a legal related question. And then we are your board ambassadors. I want to share too on, I believe it's on page maybe 18 of your proposal, 70% of our searches are placements, and we have 2 more that we just recently placed that aren't listed, one in Rim of the World and one in Eastside School District, are either women and or individuals of color. So we are your board ambassadors. We're out there representing ourselves to your staff and your community. We have worked with your community before. The best way really to liken it is to distinguish 2 great companies. So both Trader Joe's and Costco, they're successful, they offer good deals, they have loyal followings, but they serve different purposes. Costco customers come for that efficient transaction, they have fewer options, they have the ability to buy in bulk. But Trader Joe's customers come for the personal connections. Cashiers at Trader Joe's actually know people's names. They know who you are. They have novel choices. They're in a less stressful environment. And so we believe ESS, and again, in relation to some of the other search firms that are out there, is really focused on that less stressful, more close and value-driven relationships. And both are great, successful companies. So we all shop sometimes at both stores, but we liken our general service and the time that we spend with our boards. Of course, we believe our clients say it best. We recently did a search down south in Capistrano, and as you know, they are a 7-member board, and that board's been through some different things, and that went very successfully with a 7-0 vote. And one of the trustees there talked about our level of attention to detail and the support. Our search activities and timelines, we use the acronym EAST. So in the engagement phase, the activation phase, the selection phase, and the transition phase. And again, you have a deeper description of these in your application or in our proposal, but essentially you see the highlights of what happens in each phase. That engagement phase is really important. Your education partners are critical to this process, and having that engagement with those education partners, whether it be in person, virtual, one-on-one interviews. I believe last time we met with think your chief of police and others from the city, you have a large community contingency here that it's really important to pull everybody in. And that does lead to that leadership profile, or in your proposal, it was called a hiring report. So we refer to it as that. And that becomes your template for hiring, screening, recruiting candidates that match those elements. And then certainly the activations phase in that screening. We pay a third party for a social media review, and we do that also for background checks. So we have somebody, not like us, that just can Google one thing, but an actual social media analyst that finds out everything about the digital footprint of candidates. That's important to boards these days because you want to know before you're making a decision if there's anything out there. You don't want to find out about it later. And we also do what we call blind appraisals. We call references. We have a lot of connections and we know a lot of people, but we also contact people that aren't necessarily listed as formal references on individuals' materials. And then during the selection phase, and I know that the board has asked for potentially a community forum, a two-part interview process. We would work with the board on what that community input or community interview panel would look like, and we would structure the interviews around that as well. And then we also, as I said, we engage another third party, which is a separate firm that does a comprehensive financial, credit, and criminal and education history. And that leads obviously into your board selection. And by the way, a transition phase we think is important to do as part of the search to help this new candidate, the sixth member of your governance team, work with the board and know what you're going to start working on to begin that role. And so that's part of our process as well. We have a saying that candidates are people too. The board, you are our clients, the board of trustees or our board of education are our clients, but we represent you to candidates. And this is not an easy process for candidates. All the candidates are working somewhere else. Generally, they're in good standing in their organization. If there's current superintendents, they don't necessarily want their current board and others to know that they're applying. And so we really are respectful to those candidates, and we work with those candidates as well as the board in how to make them comfortable during the process. Amy Nguyen Hernandez, she is in Central School District, which is out in Rancho Cucamonga. I think she's been there now 3 years, and she again talks about in her quote the resources that we provided throughout her experiences, and then also the professionalism of ESS. And so your education partners are many in Anaheim. We remember, I think, Yamaha, Disney. There were so many individuals that we met with in the last go-around. And so we would talk to the board about who those education partners are. The process would be starting with the board first, then those individuals. We also do individual interviews. If the board says we'd like you to talk to the city council members or just the mayor or someone specific around the community, we do that as well. We have an online survey. It's translated in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Mandarin. And then all of this information leads to that hiring profile or that leadership profile report, which basically becomes your roadmap for developing your interview questions, screening candidates, inviting candidates to interview, and ultimately making your selection. So with that, we will answer any questions that you have. I know this was quick, but there's a lot of material also in the proposal.
Perfect. So we have about 8 minutes then for questions, okay? Trustee Fulbeck, start us off.
I'm familiar with you having been seated on the board during the search for Dr. Downing. I believe it was Mr. Relis, Dr. Magalis, and myself. So I just have a clarification because I'm pretty much familiar with how we did things. Just that, and I do recall this, and you do have it in your book on page 5, that you disclose to us any candidates who have been recruited by you or involved in prior searches. And I just want to clarify that we still have that opportunity to gain that information or to know, what candidates we're looking at that maybe have been actually recruited by you versus from the outside and, or have been involved in other searches.
Yes, absolutely. We can give you all that data.
Okay, so we still have that okay, thank you.
And we also say to candidates that if someone is recruited, that they're going to compete through the process as an equal participant to someone who wasn't recruited. But we'll give you all that information if you want that information.
Well, because you're very local, and so you're familiar with a lot of local kind of recruits. And I remember that last time that coming in. So and that was helpful to me. So I just wanted to make sure that.
I'd say we're also connected statewide in California, and we've also recruited people from out of state.
All right.
We talked about it earlier. There were 3 people that came into some of our candidates pool that were from out of state as well.
That was it. Thank you.
So you said you just finished 2 searches. Do you have any current searches in process right now?
The 2 searches that I was referencing were done by other advisors. I have a search that's finishing, Roland Unified. We're doing that search. It's a modified search, and so that'll be finished on Friday. And Alvord, the board has already interviewed and just hasn't approved the final selection.
But we're also going to make a commitment to you that we will not begin another search until yours is done.
Thank you.
Yes. It is very important to devote all of our time to you, so yes.
And in fact, I think you might remember this from our last search. We'll take as much time as you need, and we'll do all the things that you want us to do, no matter how much time they take.
One thing that I really remembered about your last search was your 5.5 guarantee, which is, if the superintendent doesn't stick with us within the 2 years, you will go out again and conduct the search.
Yes.
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
Yeah, free of charge. And it's still there.
All right, so I noticed on page 18, under the searches conducted by your firm, Dr. Downing wasn't included, which was peculiar to me. But you had alluded to this earlier, that there's people missing. Can you explain to me why there's some of your searches not listed on that document?
So when we did the search here prior in 2018, we worked for HYA, Hazard, Young, and Atia. So we did not do that search through Education Support Services. The 2 searches that we have just completed through Education Support Services that are not listed, the candidates just started March 1st, are Eastside Union School District, which is up in the Lancaster area, and that's Superintendent Giselle Fullwood. She started March 1. And then Rim of the World up in San Bernardino, and Paul Seviano started March 1st as well. Those were ESS. Yeah, he came out of retirement, I believe. I think he was in this county, wasn't he?
He was in that.
We have about 2 more minutes. Any other questions?
I do. It's mentioning that if we do go with your company, it's going to be Dr. Farley who's going to be the lead. Are there other people on your team that we could also work with, or is it specifically just Dr. Farley?
It'll be the 2 of us.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
We do have several other consultants, though, that we work with if we need support or that know information about candidates and help with recruiting. But it's us that will be the points of contact.
Since there's more time, do you also charge because I noticed in the other package, and I'm sorry if I didn't see it, do you also charge on top of what your base cost is for, you're located in Cerritos, but do you charge for travel, gas? I asked the last group, I'm gonna ask the same group.
Any additional cost?
No.
No, everything is included, and we actually I live in Newport Beach, she lives in San Clemente.
Okay.
We're local.
Thank you.
I have one more since Mark. Of course. Page 17, you mentioned that you engage in an extensive network of talented leaders who are superintendent ready. Can you define to me what your definition of superintendent ready means?
So for example, I mentioned the Aspiring Superintendent Academy for female leaders that I've been an instructor in. We also have a Women in Ed Leadership Network. We do superintendent workshops for individuals. So people that are aspiring to the superintendency, and they've been trained, they've been have the experiences. Just because you've had those things doesn't mean you're superintendent ready either.
Yeah.
So there's two parts to that.
All right, we have about 50 more seconds. Any other questions? All right, well,
Thank you for
Thank
inviting
you.
us.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation this evening and for answering our questions. Chantel Moreno from the superintendent's office will contact you tomorrow to share our decision. But while you are here, we do just want to say, of course, thank you very much for providing us with our awesome superintendent for the last 6 years. So thank you for that. Okay, lastly, we'd like to welcome JG Consulting, and I have here James Guerra, I'm sorry. Welcome.
Fantastic, and I believe we shared, there it is. Awesome, so if I may, is the time allotment 10 minutes, is that appropriate?
Correct, 10
Okay.
minutes, and then we have a 5-minute for Q&A.
Okay, terrific, thank you. All right, well, first and foremost, thank you for your service to public education. It's an honor to be here with you this evening. As indicated, my name is James Guerra. I'm the president and CEO of JG Consulting. We're based out of Texas, but we are a national consulting firm representing school systems across the United States. This evening, the two gentlemen that you see before you on the screen, Dr. Michael Hinojosa and Dr. Kent Scribner, couldn't be here, but they are here in spirit. Dr. Hinojosa serves as a superintendent in residence for the Council of the Great City Schools. So they're hosting an aspiring superintendent's academy, which is called the Casserly Institute, a part of that network. So he's training a group of aspiring superintendents this week in Washington, D.C. And then Dr. Scribner is also traveling on business, and he's in Florida. So you get me this evening, but I am the founder and the owner of the firm. The two gentlemen that you see will also serve as representatives, as boots on the ground here locally. So you'll see the three of us in person engaging with you, the community, your stakeholders, both internally and externally. But they do send their regards. Dr. Hinojosa is most recently the past superintendent of the Dallas Independent School District. Prior to that, he was superintendent in Cobb County, Georgia. Dr. Scribner was superintendent in the Fort Worth Independent School District and Phoenix Union High School District before retiring. I refer to them as recovering superintendents, but affectionately they are the brain trust. I'm not a practitioner by trade, but I have been working in this industry in the private sector for more than 20 years. And the company is celebrating its 10th anniversary this summer. A couple of things I'll highlight and underscore with respect to our mission that you see on the screen are just a few words: equity, inclusivity, and transparency. Throughout the process, it's very equitable not only for you as the district, the board, but also the candidates. We create a level playing field for the candidates. Inclusivity, meaning you will have an opportunity not only to engage with us, engage with the folks on the team, our full-time staff, but we're going to be forthcoming with you every step of the way in terms of the information that we receive from the candidates. And I'll dive a little bit deeper into that as we go through the presentation. And then last but not least, for your community, your stakeholders, both internally and externally, we operate by the mode of transparency. So everything we do to the degree that we're able to by law and according to your board policy, we're going to do publicly. So even when we present our summary report based on the collective feedback we receive from the community engagement meetings, we'll present that synthesized report publicly and give you an opportunity to ask questions, provide input, in addition to the leadership profile, which will eventually be the North Star. A moment ago, I mentioned some of the colleagues that I work with in that brain trust, but ultimately at the end of the day, the satisfaction of the board, the community, the districts, and the students whom we serve is how we measure our success. Knock on wood, I like to use a lot of sports analogies, but we are approaching baseball season, so what I often say is we're batting 1,000 as an executive search firm. We've never failed a superintendent search. Some of the recent searches that we've done collectively across the U.S., I did mention that we're a national consulting firm. Agua Fria in Arizona, San Marino in California, Washoe County, Nevada, Las Cruces Public Schools, and last but not least, coming soon, Anaheim Elementary School District. Some of the differentiating factors, I think you can probably glean from the presentation. We're a very tech-centric organization, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the different unique attributes to the firm. We utilize an interview portal. We also own a proprietary career portal, which any of the search firms, any of the school districts that across the United States can use free of charge. It's a software and a job platform that if you wanted to post custodial jobs, bus driver jobs, teaching jobs, you can do that at no cost. That's something we develop free, and we own that software. We utilize a surveying tool through our CRM. We can do as many different types of surveys in as many different languages as you wish. We currently are representing the Lemon Grove School District in San Diego County. They decided that 3 surveys, both in, in English, Spanish, and I believe, I want to say it was either Hmong or Cantonese, but there are 3 active surveys going simultaneously. So if it's the will of the board to have a number of active surveys, we can launch as many as you prefer, disaggregate that data as a part of that summative report that we will present to you publicly. And again, it is anonymous, so we'll protect the anonymity of those who wish to share their voices, but it's all in the intention to help drive the leadership profile that we'll create with all of you and the public's input. The interview portal looks like this. This is a screenshot of what you as a Board of Education will see. This is the candidate who we recruited and placed in the Houston Independent School District. On the left-hand side, you can see 4 questions. The candidate experience is very simplistic in terms of the approach. He or she will answer questions using their own device. Our team of practitioners, including myself and others on the full-time staff, will review the videos. We'll determine who we feel most closely aligns to the leadership profile. For us, that's synonymous with the job description. They're one and the same. But that will be the North Star that we will utilize as we gain input from your community, internally and externally, again, from you as board members on what you hope and aspire for the Anaheim Elementary School District. So it's just an extra layer of vetting and screening. It does not replace the in-person interviews. It's just to give us and you as a board an opportunity to get to know, the candidates before we bring them in on planes, trains, and automobiles for the interview. I mentioned the career portal. So this is a screenshot of the homepage. You can get a sense of the different pinpoints we have around the U.S. And again, any district in the United States can utilize this. Other firms can use it. If right now, if the HR department is listening, you have active jobs that you're actively looking to recruit, by all means, feel free to post as many of the jobs as you wish. There's no charge to that. This is a screenshot of what the survey looks like and the results. This was a school district search in the Houston area of more than 40,000 students. You can see that in the English response, we had more than 1,000 responses. And again, we can disaggregate the data and make sense of it and help you understand what we're hearing. A data portal that we're creating, it's not ready, but this is a screenshot of something new. It's a software we're developing to accurately define the academic success of the candidates. For us, it's not enough to just read a resume and to understand that he or she may have reached certain accomplishments during their career journey. We actually want to pair that against their success in each of the school districts that they've served in, whether it be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and so on. We are anticipating a full public launch and going public with this software in June, but perhaps if it is available during the tenure of our work together, we might have an opportunity to utilize this. But I only share this because just to give you an understanding of the breadth of our firm and the types of things that we do differently from our counterparts. Statistical overview of our firm. On the left-hand side, you'll see a few statements. I did mention earlier we're approaching our 10th year anniversary as a firm. We are a full-service consultancy. Superintendent searches are not the only thing that we engage in. I mentioned aspiring superintendents. We have a leadership academy in partnership with Google. At Google America across the U.S., we have different hubs, Austin being the largest, Chicago, Atlanta, LA, where we host every 9 months aspiring cabinet-level administrators to get to that next step of being a superintendent. We're currently in our 55th superintendent search. 68% of the superintendents who we've placed are still in their respective roles. 75% are people of color, and it's an even split of 50-50 of men and women, or women to men, if you look at the ratio. On the right-hand side, that's just a national statistic according to a recent survey, but I call attention to it because it shows the difference between our success rate and the national norms. We're going to cast a wide net. So all I say is, into this slide, is that we're going to utilize every network that we work with, whether it's AASA, all of the state affiliates, the Council of Great City Schools, ALAS, the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. We're currently representing the association to recruit their executive director, and we will be interviewing the 2 finalists this Saturday with the Board of Education. So if you're familiar with that group, nationally known, we are the exclusive third party helping ALAS. We work with the National Alliance of Black School Educators closely, and in fact, some of the founders of ALAS are also members of our faculty, those retired superintendents. The timeline, we generally work backwards. So if it's the will of the board to name a lone finalist or name your superintendent, let's just say hypothetically at the end of May, the first part of June, July, whatever that is, looking at the other milestones, we're going to identify those critical elements based on when you hope to name the superintendent. So we're not rigid or set in stone. And last but not least, the only thing I'll say is, again, we utilize a lot of technology, a lot of presence with our social media. I wanted to give you an acknowledgement and show you the type of presence we have in a very relatively short period of time. When I received the call Friday evening, I wanted to acknowledge and thank you for the opportunity to be here. And again, with our backgrounds and our collective efforts, we can do a lot of the same here. So I know I went through this very quickly.
It's okay.
I'd like to answer any questions you might have.
All right, let's open it up for some questions, starting with Trustee Philbeck.
Most of my questions were related around the interview portal, and you gave a lot of good information on that. So those were basically answered. So you're based out of Texas?
We are.
Correct? So I'll just ask you the same question I asked one of the other firms is, what do you know about us?
Great question. So it's interesting. So my family traveled here during this very time last year for spring break. I'm not traveling with them this year. They're in the Bahamas, but this part of California is actually very near and dear to me personally. I share with my wife often that if I could move anywhere in the United States, I like to live in Southern California. But we have 2 girls that we got to get through school, so we spend a considerable amount of time in Southern California. So knowing that you have 24 schools, you've had a storied career with your current superintendent, a lot of potential, a lot of growth, your mission and vision align well with our norms and values as an organization. 2 of our faculty members are based in San Diego County. So a lot of the work that you may have seen or heard about us respective to California specifically has been in Southern California.
Do you know about any of our programs?
What I can read.
Are you familiar with what any of our programs or what we've won awards for or anything like that?
Just what I can see online. No one will know your community better than you as a board and what we learn from your internal stakeholders. One of the 10 questions that we'll ask each of you when we have our consultative discussions, whether that be in person, by phone, or by Zoom, is what are you most proud of? What are some of the celebrations that we might not be aware of, that we can't read online or in an editorial?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my
Trustee
question,
Alvarez, I'm sorry, you good?
my questions are going to be the same as the previous 2. Any additional charges from what you quoted us here, specifically, and I think you just said you have 2 folks who, 2 of your colleagues who are in San Diego. I know you're based in Texas, though, correct? So any additional charges on top of what you've shared with us in terms of travel? And then my other question that I asked, I'll come back to that one.
Okay, yeah, no, our cost is all inclusive. Now, I will say that it is standard and customary practice that if you choose to interview candidates in person, candidate travel is incurred by the district. Now, some of our school board partners, like we're doing the searches both for Lemon Grove School District, Taos Municipal Schools in New Mexico, and then one in East Texas. There's been considerable debate on whether that practice will maintain. And what I have seen post-pandemic is that not always is the candidate travel expenses incurred by the district. And that's really a decision for the board to make, and that's not something I would recommend you. Okay, sorry about that. But yes, our cost is all inclusive and there's no hidden fees. Our travel, the advertising, access to the different technology tools and platforms, it's all a part of our all-encompassing package and proposal.
And then lastly, do you have any current searches going on right now?
Lemon Grove School District is somewhat in their infant stages. Taos Public Schools or municipal schools in Taos, New Mexico, and then Longview Independent School District in Texas. Yeah, we try to limit the number of searches by design. I mentioned earlier that this is a fifth of what we do as a consulting firm, so we're very selective, intentional in the work.
Do you have a like a guarantee that we're going to like that? And can you explain to us a little bit about what
Sure.
that process looks like?
And again, it's very customary in terms of in line with our peers and our colleagues in this space. It's a 2-year minimum. And I mentioned earlier that we've never failed a search, and that 68% of the folks that we've recruited and placed are still in their respective roles. So should the superintendent serve less than 2 years, we will conduct the superintendent again at no cost.
All right, great. Is there any other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation. Chantel Moreno from the superintendent's office will contact you tomorrow to share our decision.
Terrific.
Board, it was scheduled for us to take a 5-minute break and then come back and discuss this. Can we discuss this now and then take a break? Or are we good? Or do you want to take a break now? Break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Sorry, everybody. I needed some sugar.
All right. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the selection of superintendent search firm. Can I get a motion? So moved by Trustee Lopez. Can I get a second? Seconded by Trustee Philbeck. Great. Let's go ahead and discuss.
I would like to actually recommend to go with JG Consulting. I like the idea that they have an extensive network nationwide of potential connections. I also appreciate the tools that they are going to provide for us with regards to analyzing data beyond just kind of just looking at data. It seems like they would do a very good job of also connecting with our community and understanding our community and supporting the needs of this community as well based on what they've done in the past with their previous searches. I appreciate the fact that they also have some local representatives from the area in San Diego who actually understand our community, who's majority Latino, and in seeing who they're connected with and what networks they have, I think it would be super helpful for us to identify somebody who would be great for our district.
Thank you for the recommendation, Juan, but I respectfully disagree. The biggest question is what you know about us. I mean, it's the same question that we asked Dr. Downing when he was going to be superintendent. It's the same question that we've asked everyone tonight. I mean, I could tell from his face he didn't do his homework. And if you're going to get this position and use our taxpayer dollars, I think you have to know a lot about it. I mean, he could have said exactly what the previous group said, but he didn't. So I don't know. That's huge to me. You got to know our district if you're going to come in and do a search.
To respond to that, the previous firm that hired Dr. Downing had an advantage in that they've already worked with us. So obviously they're going to know about our district because they've already worked with us. So if they were a firm that came in to talk to us, I guarantee you they would have had a similar response because no one's going to know our district 100% based on reading the website, right? Obviously you're going to read the website, you're going to get some knowledge. The other firm from Chicago actually did know some stuff, which brings it to your point. They did research as well, but we can't make that statement because the other firm, what are they called? ESS already knows everything about us because they've worked with us.
And also, real quick, I just want to share that I love the Alma Group, their entire presentation, but the thing is, though, the costs are just way too much. And in addition to that, to have 5 representatives fly from all the way from the East Coast, I mean, think about the price with regards to hotels, flights, transportation, food costs, on top of $92,996. That's humongous. So I love the Alma Group, but I just don't think it's fiscally responsible to pick them.
What about you, Trustee Philbeck?
Well, I agree. I liked Alma, but the cost being over double of anybody
Triple.
else. And almost triple. And I was listening to see or hear if there was anything they were going to offer that was different or that we might not be able to obtain through the other groups. And I really didn't get that, that didn't jump out at me. So they're pretty much eliminated in my mind because of the cost, although I thought they were a good group. I agree with Mr. Alvarez. I really did like JG Consulting. I know he didn't seem to grasp onto, I was responsible for that question, what do you know about us? But it didn't, he didn't do his homework necessarily, but I'm not sure that would get in the way of a very comprehensive and valid search. I liked the interview portals. So I'm very torn between that and ESS because we have worked with the other. I was on the board when we did the search for Dr. Downing, and I know that they were good. So allow me a few more minutes to digest this and to hear some of your other comments, but I did like both firms. Okay. So I'm not there yet.
Trustee Lopez.
Just listening to Dr. Magales' comments about Alma and JG that by process of elimination, that kind of leaves one firm left, and I'm kind of leaning toward ESS just because they have a proven track record with us, and yet they have worked with us before, and so they do have obviously additional information, insight into the community, but they have brought an excellent candidate to us 6 years ago who's done an outstanding job. So my compass is set in that direction right now. Thank you.
And also, in addition, they also offer something the other two do not, in that they will, if there is an issue with regards to whoever we hire, that they will come in and continue another search at no cost. That's huge, right? And at the end of the day, districts throughout the country, especially the state, are losing funding, and in the end, we have to be fiscally responsible. That's something I really like. I'm looking at this list of candidates. For example, Santa Ana Unified, I know their superintendent's amazing. Jennifer Root at Menifee. I mean, these are some great superintendents in some really challenging school districts. So that's another reason why I'm also leaning towards Education Support Services Group.
If I may, Dr. McCullis, and maybe I heard this wrong, so please correct me if I'm wrong, everyone. I believe that JG Consulting did say, though, that they would go ahead and go for the superintendent search if we were not satisfied. Is that correct?
That's correct. It did say that.
So
It
they
is
correct.
correct.
Did say that. It was the
Yes.
only the first one from Chicago did not, but the other one had the exact same kind of thing.
That
So
was
I
a
just
cherry
wanted
on
to
the top
make
Thanks
for
for
me.
the
just
clarifying.
clarifying.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Fulbeck, do you have anything else that you'd like to say?
No, this hasn't happened to me in a real long time, where I just really am, I like both.
Yeah.
I like both of them, and I guess maybe leaning towards ESS only because of having worked with them, and that went well, and them being a little bit more on our local, spectrum. But there's also some things about that some of the connections that bother me a little bit too. I will be very honest about that. There are some connections there that, well, I'll just stop there. But so it's, and so I apologize that I'm having such difficulty with this.
I'm having difficulties with my past connections as well.
And also another thing that's important is that whoever does this search, I want them to be dedicated to our search, interviewing everyone and anyone possible, right? So to have a load of additional current searches going on is something that I'm also factoring in.
I have a question for all of you, though. What did you feel about the JG Consulting, their technology and their portal? May I get some opinions on that, please?
So in my opinion, I think that was cool. I still think that there needs to be, in my opinion, more kind of prepping for that, like in order for me to really formulate like a good kind of depiction of it. Like if they're just gonna come in and give our parents these things and say, hey, go watch this and, download this, et cetera, it makes me uncomfortable just because of the fact that I think that people could easily get turned off by it. But if they were to prep us like ahead of time and actually do some good, solid kind of PD, I think, cool, that's interesting, But, everything that you said, Trustee Fulbeck, in the sense, I too am with you in that sense. But for me personally, the thing that really stands out are two things. Number one, I want to say that the JG Consulting, they were, I really enjoyed their presentation. I thought it was great. However, one thing that gets me nervous about them is they said, and he said it a couple times, that superintendent search are only 1/5 of their business. So as a result, I feel that, I don't want us to get mixed into the scheme of things when it's said and done. And I do know, based on the last time we worked with ESS, but I don't even remember what their name was though. Last time we worked for them, they were very much dedicated to what our stakeholders wanted and what we needed here. and it is because of the fact that they are local, you know, and they are less expensive. So that was the only thing, and I just want to highlight that they did give us Chris, and that was great because of the fact that he proved to be an effective superintendent for the last 6 years. So with their history, I definitely am going to be leaning towards ESS. Sorry, I have to look back to what it's called.
Also, regardless of who we get, whatever pool we get, we could say no to all of them. We could keep saying no and no and no until we have a pool of candidates that we believe that is the best for this school district. In the end of the day, if we're not happy, we set the framework, the vision, you know, based on what our community voted us for to be in this position. And in the end, if we don't like something, we could move along until we get the best candidate that our students deserve.
Okay, so with that said, can we go ahead and do a roll call vote then in regards to, do we need a second for that? Oh, okay. So can I get a motion to who to vote for? Okay, can I get a second? Would like to vote, do a roll call, starting with Trustee Philbeck?
Aye.
No.
No. Motion fails 2-0. Can I get another motion?
I move for Education Support Services Group to be the search firm for the next superintendent search.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dr. Paula Magalis and seconded by Trustee Mark Lopez. Can I get a roll call?
Aye.
No.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Chantel, please contact them tomorrow morning and thank them.
And thanks to all of the search
Everybody
firms who
applied.
came out and for all your hard work. And this wasn't easy, so thank everyone, please.
Okay, great job, guys.
I appreciate that I did get at least 2. Thank you for that motion. I mean, I did get 2 vote for a group that I liked. I know it's kind of wish-washy, but on the end there was no really.
All right. News and updates. Let's go ahead and move on. 5A, Parent Leadership Group Updates. There's one Parent Leadership Group update to be provided by our DAC-DLAC President, Hilda Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Gilda Sanchez. I'm a parent leader from Loera this year and DLAC chair president. On January 9 meeting, Rhonda Robinson went over the California school dashboard. She went over dashboard results and informed us that we are no longer unified for different assistance as district. We also did table group discussion about each site success, need, and actions from the site data shares. The DLAC board also meet with a committee of parents members to review approved 2024 and 2025 family and parent engagement policy, which was present to the group at the DLAC meeting. Parents gave input on a Title I and a Title III programs for the 2024-2025 school year, and Dr. Grace presents middle year LCAP updates. The DLAC board, including myself, attended the CABE conference in Anaheim. We also support and recruit volunteers with the present conference back staffing. We had a total of 71 parents who participate in the CABE, from volunteering to attending the conference with their complimentary registrations. Our next DLAC meeting is on Tuesday, March 19 at 9 at Key. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, that update. 5B, association updates. There is an association update from CSEA this evening to be provided by Maribel Fernandez. Come on down. And Miss Kathy Hurd. Come on. And the team. Come on down. Everybody.
Price is right here.
Good evening.
We understand that the budget needs to be cut. We understand that in order to keep our people, we must find a way to consolidate the work. But we have done this before, and hopefully we can use what we have learned from 2010 to make better decisions now. We know that there will be schools that will be paired, and that those schools will share one librarian and one technology support assistant. We also know that several of our district departments will have shared support staff. We understand the need to economize in order to keep people employed, and we are on board with that. But our members currently work 8 hours a day to do 100% of their current duties. Now they are being asked to work 8 hours a day to do 50% of 2 jobs. If their plate is currently full, then what will be taken off their plate so they can do 2 jobs? This needs to be determined before the beginning of the new school year. That means that before the end of this school year, we need to have a plan on where those other duties will go and how their time is allocated. When we had this issue in 2010, we agreed the librarians and the TSAs had input into how their jobs would be allocated. In schools that were similar in size, they would spend 1 week at one school and see all the classes, and 1 week at the other school and see all the classes. The TSAs had a similar schedule. This meant that each school would see a librarian every other week. This was equitable, and all classes were seen, and the workload was 50-50. Some principals were unhappy with this and tried to push for 3 days at one site and 2 at the other in 1 week, but then tried to get all classes at their sites seen every week. This meant the workload was 200%. This is unsustainable and caused the union to get involved. We would like to have an agreement in place on how these jobs are split before the end of the school year. The same is true for the other support staff. If they are now split between 2 departments, what are you going to take off their plates so that they can do 2 jobs? That means 50% of their jobs must be distributed to other employees, and some of those duties are going to need to be handed back to administrators or other personnel. We also have concerns about the hunt for the new superintendent. We were very lucky to find a superintendent that worked in a district as big as ours, particularly a school district with elementary, TK, dual language, preschool, and community schools. Next year, we will also be taking over all after-school programs. We need to find a superintendent that is familiar with our particular needs and our particular population. We encourage you to look at our current administration that may have an interest in this very challenging position and are familiar with our needs. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. CSEA Chapter 54 is eagerly awaiting tonight's presentation on the recommendations regarding next steps in the district's budget stabilization plan, with great interest in the specific details of the proposed restructuring and subsequent classified staffing reassignments. After the specifics of the plan have been shared, Chapter 54 hopes to continue to work collaboratively with district to negotiate any subjects within the scope of representation. We would greatly appreciate both the district and board's ongoing commitment to proactively addressing membership concerns related to workload and other working conditions impacted by the proposed changes. As we approach more uncertain times with the state budget, it is imperative that we continue to build trust and strengthen our relationship. The flexibility and consideration of both the district and our membership will be vital in preserving as many classified positions as possible moving forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, board members, cabinet members. I know we were all here for a very specific thing about the changes, the restructuring our membership. We had the recruitment for the superintendent tonight, and we know that the cost was going to be costly, you know, between $30,000 and $100,000. But with that being said, rather than recruiting from or getting other companies, that's money that we could also use to have 3 more IAs, 5 more campus supervisors, 7 more SSAs. You know, we understand that there's a process that you have to follow, but we also want you to take in consideration as well as the cost, regardless how low it is, because it does affect our membership in the way that it would be helpful to them. We would like, as far as the superintendent, what we are looking for is someone who knows about the district from the bottom up, that's relatable, approachable, that's a communicator, transparent, a leader, a person that builds relationships, values music, DLI, enrichment programs, collaborative, listens, experienced in all aspects of the operations, familiar with the budget, and has fiscal knowledge. In CSA's opinion, there is a cabinet member who has all of these qualities. We don't know if Jesse has considered the position, but he would make an amazing superintendent. We feel that he truly cares and is invested in our community. For the reasons I stated, in CSA's opinion, we should look at internal candidates first, rather than spending outside money that could be controlled here in our district for our members. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Maribel and team. I was going to read the thing. I was like, wait, that is more than just Maribel. All right, moving on to 5C, the district news and updates. Belinda Gordillo, please come up. Communications coordinator will present the district news and updates this evening.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Downing, cabinet members, and guests. I'm excited to share the news and updates since last month. And we want to start off by acknowledging Olive Street Elementary School, who received the most improved attendance for the month of February. And as usual, many of our staff members, cabinet members, visit the school with the highest, most improved attendance, and they treat them to a nice paleta party. So congratulations to Olive. And February 21st to the 24th, AESD participated in the 49th annual CABE conference. AESD made a significant impact, hosting 13 different workshops led by our curriculum staff, and our superintendent participated in a panelist interview as well. Additionally, our students showcased their talents and performances with baile folklorico, with Korean dance, mariachi, and more. Also, AESD showcased their artwork all throughout the conference, and CABE representatives visited many of our schools to see what our DLI programs were firsthand right before the conference. A big highlight of the event was a recognition of Horace Mann for the Seal of Excellence Award in dual language, as well as Parent of the Year, Mrs. Jessie Alvarez. And then, yeah, that was a great week. February 22nd, AESD hosted its Scratch Showcase, where students from 12 different AESD schools demonstrated their creativity through coding skills, crafting, animations, and games using Scratch. So congratulations to all of the students for their hard work, and also big kudos to our exceptional DES staff who coordinated this fun event. And then for nearly 40 years, March has been named Music in Schools Month. And as you saw when you first came in, we had a great performance from our students. And we are very thankful to all of our music educators for their hard work every day and for going above and beyond to instill a love for music in our students. And March is also Women's History Month. And during this month, we honor the amazing women who have shaped history and continue to inspire us. February 29th, we had our Edison Elementary groundbreaking ceremony. This state-of-the-art facility will house a library, innovative center, workroom, meeting room, student learning centers, offices, utility spaces, restroom, and more. So we want to thank our amazing Anaheim community for making this possible. And special thanks to our partners, our Board of Education for attending, Cabinet, Principal Nichols, Edison staff, students, also City Council who came to support, and many community leaders. Also, on February 29th, we visited 2 AESD staff members. First, Dr. Marroquin at Orange Grove Elementary, and then also Mr. Saúl Perez from the Online Academy. Mr. Perez is a DLI instructor there, and he was named one of Parenting OC's school heroes as top teacher. Excuse me. And then Dr. Marroquin was named one of the top principals or leaders from schools in Orange County. And there was a couple hundred of people that were nominated for this prestigious award. So congratulations again to them both. And then in March 4th through 8th, the first week, we celebrated Read Across America Week throughout our school district. We had many community members come out, read to our students. We had parents, we had cabinet members, and parents, most importantly, that came out, that were invited to also come read with their child during lunchtime. So we're very proud of everything that went around this week that showed how important literacy is. And March 1st and 2nd, AUHSD had an AI conference, and we had some members of our DES department attend, as well as Dr. Macalas. And this event was great. They had a lot of workshops and information around artificial intelligence and how it works around our school. We want to recognize Dr. Mary Grace. We know she loves attention. Stand up. So she was named the 2024 ACSA Region 17 Administrator of the Year in the category of Central Office Administrator. Congratulations, Dr. Grace, for this well-deserved honor. If we could have you come up and, hold on, I bear gifts. And please accept these flowers from your district. We're so proud to work with you and to have you as such a valued staff member. Can we get a picture as well with our Board of Education? Yes.
And while everybody's organizing, thank you for the wonderful picture, Belinda. And while it's an honor, I'm very humbled. This is actually an award for the whole district office. Because we all work together to do what's best for kids. All of us. Thank you.
And Tracy. Pretty. Okay, I'm not done. We have a little bit more. I wanted to also recognize Sunkist student who you all met earlier tonight, Marco Solis, for his outstanding achievement. And you did hear everything you heard from the vice principal as well. So again, congratulations, Marco Solis. I wanted to also share that Benito Juarez SLED program, SLED stands for Students Leading Education. And this is part of AESD's after-school program through their expanded learning opportunities. These students took the initiative to secure donations to help Family Promise of Orange County, which is a nonprofit that supports families who are experiencing housing instabilities. So these students went above and beyond. They made these kits to give to them with toiletries and other important products, and they delivered them to this nonprofit. So we're very proud of them. From what I heard, they're working on the next project, and it's something that they do through our expanded learning opportunities. So we're very proud of our students. And yesterday at Revere, Anaheim Police Department came and they hosted a mystery event where kids had to solve a mystery on who stole the pot of gold. And so our APD came out and they showed the children things from forensics, crime investigation, how to check fingerprints, and the kids were so excited. They even had Angel in the Sky, the helicopter from APD, come by, and they gave the kids a special treat, which you'll probably guess it's donuts. They gave the kids donuts, and it was perfect, right? And so to say this was very educational, but it was fun and it was perfect for, you know, the month of March. And so we really want to thank Anaheim Police Department for their support and for coming out. And we really want to congratulate our AESD parents who graduated from Fresno State. They received a certificate yesterday, and we had Ms. Philbeck, as well as Dr. Downing and other employees come out and congratulate these parents who take these online classes provided by Fresno State in the evenings. This is a program that AESD provides as part of our parent engagement. And our parents are able to take classes that have to do with financial literacy or bilingual education. I mean, the classes, I mean, there's so many of them, and every parent at AESD has access to this if they want to take them. Super valuable, and every month in the staff letter, in the family letter that I send out, we include the calendar. So if parents are interested in learning more, you can. We have 41 parents yesterday that were acknowledged for their hard work.
Ms. Cordillo, I just want to add, we had 2 parents at least who completed 5 classes.
That's awesome.
Which was incredible, and several parents completed 3 or more. So we're extremely proud of them.
That's amazing. Also want to thank our parent engagement team, Dr. Moreno, who was here earlier, and her team, who work very closely with our parents, and they offer these services that are extremely valuable. And then for families, before I conclude this presentation, we want to wish anyone who celebrates Ramadan a happy holiday, and we will end it with that. Okay, we have some dates coming up for important activities, and as always, you could follow us on social media, and you could also see them listed there. Thank you very much.
Great, awesome. All right, now moving on to our public speakers on agenda and non-agenda items. Do we have any that have been submitted? All right, moving on then to the superintendent's report. A, 2023-24, the transportation plan. Jesus Chavarria, the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, and J.P. Jones, our school bus driver instructor.
Good evening, Board President Ruelas, members of the board, associations, and community. This evening, we want to present to you the transportation plan. And my colleague here, J.P. Jones, our bus driver trainer, will assist me in this presentation. But before we get started, I do want to acknowledge the hard work of our transportation team. From our mechanics, to our dispatch team, our office staff, and our management team, but more importantly, our drivers. Because every day, over 2,000 students get, to school or home very safe. And now that we've added a multitude of other programs, with ELOB, soccer, and a bunch of other things, they're getting it done. So we wanted to appreciate that before we got started in our plan here. So last year, the state decided to provide school districts with up to 60% reimbursement for the transportation cost, right? Key number, 60% is still not 100%, right? So we're still responsible for the other 40%. But the way they calculate what we're getting is based on last year's expenses. So here, this table shows for you last year's expenses in transportation were 6.6 million. 60% of that is 3.9 million. We already received what they call a transportation add-on to our local control funding formula, which is about $1 million. And so when you subtract 3.9 million, which is 60%, from the $1 million that we already get, we would be entitled to receive 2.9 million, right? But once again, we're still covering about $2.6 million of that cost, right? But in order for us to get this money, they do require us to have a transportation plan, right, with the following elements. One, that we describe the services offered. Two, how services to specific students will be prioritized. In a description of transportation services made accessible to students with disabilities, and of course for students experiencing homelessness, like my Canvivento students. And then a description of how unduplicated students would access home-to-school transportation at no cost. None of our students in our district have to pay for transportation. That is something that the board has approved. And then consult with our community. Last year, which was the initial, first time we created the plan, we went around and consulted with the various groups. The plan itself, the language doesn't say to continue doing that, but we did survey folks, and we'll share some of that information in the survey later in the presentation, because that's important to us to know what, our parents and staff, how we can do our job much better. And then, of course, present to you the plan and present it for adoption, and this is what we're doing this evening. So I'm going to have JP kind of walk you through the first 4 elements and what we do in terms of that.
Thank you. Good evening, board, cabinet. Thank you for having me here today. The first slide you see here, we are currently transporting 1,675 general ed students transported daily. 396 special education students have an IEP that includes transportation and are transported daily. We have 88 McKinney-Vento students are transported daily to their home school. 36 overflow students transported daily. 14 students on wheelchairs are transported daily. We have traveled 3,118 miles driven daily, and 567,534 miles were driven 2022-23 school year. On our next slide, how service to students are prioritized. Board policy is to provide transportation for students living outside of 1.25 miles from their school. The district also analyzes any hazardous or dangerous walking to school areas for students and determine whether to provide transportation in those situations. 90% of our special education students who have transportation service in their IEP are picked up at their home. 10% choose to be picked up at a regular designated school bus stop. Descriptions of transportation service made accessible to students with disabilities and students experiencing homelessness. Students with disabilities, for example, wheelchair students, receive transportation service that begin at their home and end at their school and vice versa, daily. Our McKinney-Vento students are picked up at nearby schools or a district designated school bus stop closest to their home. They may also be provided a city bus pass. Our McKinney-Vento students may receive transportation from an outside provider, which is hop, skip, drive, at no cost to them. Description of how unduplicated students would access home to school transportation at no cost. Current ASD policy is that students receiving transportation do so at no cost to the families. Students in foster care who get placed outside the district boundary area receive transportation from an outside provider, which is hop, skip, drive at no cost. What you don't see on the slide is we currently have 11 students in that system now. We're transporting daily 7 of them from hop, skip, drive.
So I mentioned we conducted our parent and staff survey. We ran that survey from February 22nd through the 28th. And so some of the highlights that I wanted to present to you are the following. We did have only 155 people respond to our survey, but 57% of those were parents. 25.8% of those 57 of the folks that responded actually use our transportation services. 75% stated that transportation services should be a priority. 84.5% responded that, services should be accessible to our students with disabilities. 89.7% stated that bus driver training should be a priority. And 93.5% agreed or were neutral, right, did not make a response to it, that they prioritize the use of zero to low emission vehicles, right? Zero would be electric, low emission, CNG, or propane as well. So we also had a lot of comments that were provided to us, commentary. And as we analyzed those comments, we kind of saw a trend breaking into 3 different things. One was working with the city, the other bus driver training, and the other route and bus stop communication and monitoring. One of the things that we see from our parents, they want us to work with the city to ensure that wherever we have a bus stop for our students, it's safe, it's clean, right? And that we get the support from the city in terms of making sure that the bus is safe to get in there and pick up the students. So we'll be working with the city, reaching out how we can do that collaborative work. In terms of bus driver training, they want to see, as we analyzed it, based on those comments, it's evident that we want to provide above the 10 hours, because we are required to provide 10 hours each year of training for each bus driver, but going beyond that. And some of this training on passenger management, right? Drivers also working with special needs students, and also public and community relations, right? Also working with our bus driver trainer instructor, doing what they call ride-alongs, so they can work together to look at some positive behavioral management techniques. And then in order to meet the needs of our drivers, because I'm not sure if you're aware, we typically have about 20% of them that need to do their renewal, and they require a multitude of hours in order to renew their certification. We do have a need for maybe additional behind-the-wheel instructors, and we are in the process of training some of those that can assist us. Same drivers, but then helping us do that. And under route and bus stop communication, it was evident that we really got to make sure that our route assignments lists are provided to the school sites, and everybody knows where every student is in terms of the route, right? The route information that is accurately displayed on the bus itself. Bus stop locations and bus stop times made available, not only on our website at the district level, but at the school site as well. And our dispatchers continue to develop efficient routes, right? And always looking, one of the things that is key here that most people may not know is we always want our bus drivers to kind of share their feedback with our dispatchers, because they're the ones out there doing the routes. And so we appreciate when they provide us feedback and how we can make those routes more efficient, right? So that's one of the things that we want to continue to highlight in this process. Next, I want to have JP just kind of share with you our plan in terms of providing additional training and support for our bus drivers.
Thank you. So what we have done here, we have behind the wheel instructors which assist school bus driver instructors in bus driving behind the wheel training. They also demonstrate proper behind the wheel techniques to bus drivers. Prepare bus drivers for successful completion of precision driving portion of the CHP school bus certificate renewals testing. So just to elaborate a little bit on that portion there, we've currently certified 2 of our own drivers become delegate trainers, which is exceptional for right now. Because right now we know there's a lack of bus drivers in the industry itself. So now we have 2 drivers that became delegate behind the wheel trainers that can assist. The next one, state certified school bus driver instructor, provides required annual driver training, instruct and train drivers in the safe and proper operation of school buses, evaluate bus driver to provide additional support and training, establishes and maintains precise records of training and evaluations, resource to bus drivers that may need ongoing passenger management strategies or other training as needed or requested. So for this section here, we actually are putting one of our behind the wheel trainers, sending them up to the state to become an instructor, which means they can teach classroom as well. So we are definitely listening to the community, we're listening to the parents, we're going to support our students and staff.
One last thing before we open it up to any questions you may have. The other piece to this state certified school bus driver instructor that we're sending out to get certified is that we want to open up and start our own training for bus drivers. As it was mentioned, it's very difficult to find bus drivers nowadays. So we want to do our own training from personnel, and I know we're in the process of working with our association to see how that may look. I know there's many districts that actually, you go through the training, and if you get hired, then they pay you for the training itself. Only if you make it and you get hired for that. So we believe there's a lot of opportunities for folks that may be interested in being bus drivers. Having this additional bus driver instructor certified in our ranks will allow us to do that. And I'll open it up to any questions you may have at this time.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say great presentation, very detailed, and thank you so much for your service, Mr. Jones and Jesse. Thank you so much.
My question goes to JP. JP, I'd like to know if you can identify anything that you need to help support you as you move forward with the job and the function of training everybody that we need to train.
Well, right now we just need patience more than anything else. We have the drivers that are willing to learn this. We have the delegates that we already have. We have one more that's aspiring to be a delegate. Her application just has been approved. So we're waiting on the Department of Ed to have a time frame to come down and get her certified as well. So I just think the patience is the most important thing. Once we get the patience part squared away, then we can get the other part done.
So no resources that you can identify at this moment?
No resources at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just had a question on one of your recommendations was working with the city regarding the safety for stops, access to the stops, and the stoplight, the stop signs on the buses. Are we getting any? How's our partnership and collaboration with the city? Are they responsive to us as of now?
So what happens is when the driver recognizes that someone's running their red lights, they have the opportunity to take down their license plates. We send that to CHP. What CHP does is send a letter to them, letting them know that they have ran the red lights at this time frame. And then if another occurrence happens, they'll be fined.
Okay. And I guess the other piece to this is working with the city, right, kind of thing. So we haven't yet had that collaborative process yet, but we are, in particular with the Henry move, because we're establishing new stops. That is one of the things that we're going to do, reach out to the city so we can pinpoint exactly where, after we communicate with our parents at Henry and we kind of finalize the schedule so that they can kind of support us in that, because as you know, the Henry area, basically Romney, is difficult to get into the smaller streets, so most of the work is going to happen on Romney Street for the most part. But if you live in that area, you're going to know that every single little space of curb is usually taken. So we want to make sure that our students are safe when they're waiting for the bus or they're being dropped off.
All right, thanks. And then finally, just hypothetically speaking, if there is a bus with their stoplights on and there's an island in the road and you're going the opposite direction, does that count as having run the stop sign?
That does not count. Your opposite direction. As long as there's an island or 2 feet of space, it's not running the reds.
Oh, good. Oh, okay, good. I was getting nervous. I thought I was going to get a letter. Yes. All right. If there's no more questions, it is. You have a question? Go ahead.
Just a kind of clarification on it. Are we having any trouble with the buses getting into the turnouts and stuff? I mean, a lot of times I see cars just blocking, literally everything. And I know the schools are trying. Do you basically leave that up to the school administration to handle that? Or I don't often see, a few times I've seen the police out ticketing, cars, but is it basically something that we train or, work through our actual schools to make sure that those turnouts are clear and things for the buses?
Well, we have received calls from school sites and our drivers as well.
Yeah.
More our drivers than the school sites. But our drivers are reporting that the loading zone is blocked by cars.
Yes.
We call the school goes out and have the cars moved.
Okay.
So now for something on a daily basis, we don't have anything set up for that yet.
Okay, no, I was pretty curious about, like, when that happens, you call the school,
Yes.
and then the school goes out, because I know a lot of them, when it's happening a lot, I start to see cones coming out, but people just ignore the cones, and then sometimes buses get stuck in, like I've seen, I think it's actually Jefferson, the traffic down the street can just be, and on Westmont too, it's just so bad. How do the buses maneuver around? Because I've been stuck in it for 15 minutes. You just can't even move.
Jackie, that's a great question.
So-
Well, what's your recommendation?
How are you guys handling that? Or,
He's like, park at the Anaheim Plaza and walk. Yeah.
No, really. I think
it's bad
let's
sometimes.
try to eliminate that barrier for our bus drivers because they're the ones who are bringing our kids to school on time. And you're right. I see it all the time every morning.
well, and I think a lot of it too is that people are, stopped because everybody's trying to get into the parking lots and drop off or pick up or whatever, and they shouldn't be stopping there. They should not be allowed to just stop because that's what's backing up all the traffic. But I just wonder, do you have when that does happen, do you invite the police out to sort of monitor that traffic and keep it going, or is it just a lost cause or what?
I wouldn't say it's a lost cause. We haven't asked the police to come out, recently to come out and monitor that situation. But what I instruct the drivers to do is just to be patient, because once they start to rush, then they'll become involved in a collision or something like that. And then it just holds up things a little more because they have students on board, which would take about an hour and a half for someone to come out. So
Yeah, and
just
sometimes
tell them to be
the buses
patient.
the buses just can't get in, so
Yeah.
I just, it's been that way for years, and I guess we'll just keep working on it. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other piece, Jackie, when I was the director of transportation, and even now, I mentioned that our drivers are key to the routes. When they report those types of things, some of that time gets added to the route to make sure that we ensure that we arrive. So even a drop-off, that's why we try to get there 30 minutes before the start of the day, right, to avoid a lot of the traffic.
Okay.
If we notice patterns of a lot of automobiles, then we reroute the bus through a different location. If they're on a daily basis, they're kind of encountering that. But there are days, rainy days or other types of days where it just happens kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But when they tell us, they call in and they say, hey, we're behind because I'm stuck in traffic, then dispatch works to see what other bus is available so that we don't fall behind on the schedule.
Thank you. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Did not know you did that, so thank you.
All right. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the 2023-24 transportation plan as presented. Can I get a motion?
So moved, Alvarez.
Second.
So moved by Trustee Alvarez, seconded by Philbeck. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries 5-0. All right. Mr. Chavarria, just go ahead and stay up there tonight. 2023-24 second interim report. Jesus Chavarria, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Well, hi again, right? So our second interim report, you know, once again, this work is done by our fiscal team. And I know with the multitude of work that they have, I'm just so grateful for the work that they do. So I want to acknowledge our fiscal business team, you know, for everything and getting this report together. I get the privilege of coming up here and presenting it, but they do the behind the scenes, you know, the deep work that needs to happen. And I do acknowledge their respective leaders, Eduardo de la Cruz, Priscilla Martinez, and Matt Slusser as well. So what is the second interim? The second interim, you're going to see basically are our revenues and expenditures that have taken place from July 1st through January 31st. At that time, we do update the budget, right, and provide new projections based on that information. And we're going to come to the board. Our next report is the estimated actuals that are part of the proposed budget that we'll present to you in June of this year. So in order to put our report together, we make assumptions. Our ADA funding assumption there is $14,234. Our LCFF that is fully funded. Cost of living adjustment of 8.22% this year. A STIRS rate of 19.1%. PERS rate of 26.68%. Lottery funding, we receive $170 per ADA unrestricted and $72 per ADA restricted. So pretty much what we want to know, what are the changes that have happened from first interim to second interim? These are the changes when it comes to revenues. There's a difference of about $2.2 million in the LCFF revenue. That is due to the fact that property taxes contribution for special ed was higher than projected by a little bit over $2 million, right? So we're recognizing that. Under federal revenue, you're going to see a decrease of $3.2 million. This has to do with our Title I, Title II, Title III unearned revenue adjustment. So what we did based on, you know, fiscal stability and some of the mid-year adjustments that we did, what we did is kind of like ESSER, where we only recognize that revenue based on the expenditures because these are federal funds. So this is typically the work that we do when we're figuring out the actual expenses. So we just expedited that work to reflect it in second interim. So this is true, a much truer reflection on those expenditures and that revenue that we're capturing as well. And then other state revenue, you're going to see a difference of $315,000. This is mostly, we received the Arts Music Block Grant, but then, you know, at the state level, they always finalize things and make sure maybe a decimal here and there. So we ended up getting $180,000 more than we expected. And then we do receive a little bit of money for state testing. So we received $93,000. And then under local revenue, medical reimbursement and interest revenue, you're going to see $3.3 million. I know at first interim we mentioned to you much higher interest in the money that we have in our, you know, with the treasurer here in Orange County. It actually went even higher this time. So from our projection, $1.3 million more. And then we're just excited that our pupil services who works on that reimbursement for Medi-Cal, we had projected $850,000. We're actually receiving $2.3 million. So that speaks well of the work that's happening in pupil services. So here this table reflects the changes I just mentioned. So LCFF, that $2.2 million, due to the property taxes contribution for special ed. Under federal revenue, you see a decrease of $3.2 million based on the title funding that I mentioned, with capturing only, recognizing only the revenue as it equates to the expenditures we do. Under state revenue, you see a difference of $315,000. Like I mentioned, is the block grant, the arts and music block grant, $180,000 and $93,000 for state testing. And then under local revenue, like I mentioned, the medical reimbursement being $2.3 million and interest being $1.3 million more than we had projected. So overall, we had an increase in revenue of $2.6 million. The pie chart here shows you where our revenue comes from. The majority of it comes from the local control funding formula. In terms of our expenditures, when the board approved the first interim, you had not yet approved, you approved that same night, the negotiated salary for our employees. So now we have captured that cost, right, of 5.25% ongoing, 2% one time. So when you combine all of that, it's an additional expense of almost $14 million that you'll see there in the next slide. Under books and supplies, we did do that mid-year reduction, and that reduction was across the board in the district office of all funding sources. So you see a difference there of $5.6 million less, right, in terms of those expenditures. And then under services and other operating costs, there was minimal change. And then under capital outlay and other outgoing, there's a 9.7 million difference. This is less because not that we're not going to fix the roof, but maintenance operations, we're delaying the project because it's probably going to happen in the summer, right? So we don't want to account for that as committed until next year in terms of an expenditure there. And then we are shifting ELA funded projects. We had set aside quite a bit of money for ELA funded projects. We're using alternative funding sources like Fund 25 as well as our bond, right, which qualifies, all those expenditures qualify under those two different funding sources. And then we're postponing district office equipment and vehicle replacements at this time. So that is saving us $9.7 million by doing that. So you see here the expenditures, the table, like I mentioned, salaries and benefits combined, about $14 million more. You see the reduction of $5.6 million in supplies. This is that mid-year cut that the board approved for us to do. Under services, minimal changes. Capital outlay, you see that 9.7 million difference that I mentioned earlier. And then under other outgoing, very small difference. So overall, our expenditures drop by $1.5 million, even though we recognize the $14 million, right, in expenses. So in the pie chart here shows you where the majority of our expenses are. And of course, we value our employees, and that's where most of our expenses are reflected. And so for the report, we also, second interim report, we also have to put a multi-year projection together and make some assumptions in order to put that together. So for 23-24, you see enrollment there of 14,055. We are projecting a decline of 200 students each of the following 2 years, and you see that there. The local control funding formula, the cost of living adjustment, 8.22% this year. The governor announced a 0.76%, right, cost of living adjustment for next year. They're saying 2.73% for 25-26, but that one is even in doubt. You know, just to share with the board, I just attended a meeting with the state treasurer, Fiona Ma, where she mentioned that at least for next year and the following year, budget poor at the state level, right? Those are the words that were used, right? And then under stirs and purse, 49 million this year, 47.5 million on 24-25, and 47.9 in 25-26. And step and column pretty much stays the same to about 2.7 million each year. So you see the revenue there. Our projected revenue for this year is 326 million. Next year, 305 million, and in 25-26, 296.6 million. So this is how it looks in terms of our summary of for our second interim and a multi-year projection. For this year, we're estimating revenue at 326 million, expenditures at 335.4 million, with the deficit of 9.3 million. So we currently have a beginning fund balance of 93.7 million. So to cover that deficit, we end up with an ending fund balance of 84.3 million. And then for next year, we're estimating revenue at 305 million, expenditures of 330 million, giving us a deficit of 25.1 million. Having an ending fund balance of 84.3 leaves us an ending fund balance for that year of 59.1 million. And then for 25, 26, did I go too fast? Let me see. Okay. We're estimating revenue for 296.6, expenditures of 326 million, with a deficit of 29.3. So after we use our fund balance, we end with an ending fund balance of 29.8 million. Future considerations. I kind of mention these every time that I present a report to you because there are things we have to keep an eye on. Enrollment, attendance rates, our undeserved student population, our rising pension obligations, future negotiations, textbook adoptions, health and welfare. We'll find out moving to SISC what that impact's going to be for next year's. We're expected to get those rates, I believe, sometime next month, right? So we'll see that. Special education costs, of course, inflation, one-time funding that is running out, and then, of course, depending on what happens on the state level, we could, you know, if the situation worsens, we could have to face a cash flow, you know, situation there as well. But this evening, we are recommending to you, the board, that we certify our second interim report as positive, meaning that we can meet our obligations this year as well as the next 2 years. Next steps, we have a meeting with the Budget Advisory Committee tomorrow. We'll share this information as well as the other presentation that's coming with them. The governor will do his May revision coming up in a couple of months. And then we'll come to you for, you know, present to you the LCAP as well as a proposed budget. And then we will be asking of you to adopt that budget as well in June. And now I will open up to any comments or questions you may have.
I had a question. Thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate all your hard work and your team. You mentioned about vehicles. Are we still pursuing grants from either AQMD or elsewhere for more energy efficient vehicles as well?
That is correct. So anytime that we are looking at, like DES, for example, we're purchasing some electric vans for them, but we were able to get a discount because we use the AQMD discounts that are available to us.
Any others? Great. All right. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the 2023-24 second interim report as presented. Can I get a motion? So moved by Trustee
Second.
Kovac.
Lopez.
Seconded by Trustee Lopez. Any discussions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. Our fiscal stability planning and management study. Jesus Chavarria, the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, and Greg Magnuson, Education Support Services Consultant.
Well, you saw the second interim and some of the changes that we did. I don't want to take all of the credit because, you know, Greg Magnuson, who I'll introduce, kind of provided us some ideas, and that's why we brought him on board to kind of take a look at our budget, right? To look at our staffing levels, to look at our district organization at the district office, and, you know, to see how we could save money and be more efficient as well. Mr. Greg Magnuson has been in the job in terms of ed services in the education field over 30 years. He's a former CBO, Assistant Superintendent Services, has been a superintendent as well. And we're just so happy to be working with him in terms of his consulting. So one of the things that Mr. Magnuson will be sharing with you this evening is, you know, some of the key characteristics he sees when he came to kind of work with us in the consultant capacity. Some of the goals and objectives of the study that's being presented to you. And then he'll provide a little bit of fiscal context and conditions, and those items are listed there. And then we'll kind of share a fiscal stability planning. Then I will share with you recommended district reorganization based on the collaborative work that took place with cabinet and our consultant. And then Greg will also offer some final thoughts. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Mr. Chavarria. Well, good evening, President Elias, members of the board, Superintendent Downing, staff, and community. It's been a pleasure to work with your cabinet team and with your fiscal team here over the last 3 to 4 months, getting to know the district, understanding the district's finances, and talking about really not just fiscal stability so much as reorganizing over a period of time. So let me go through some of the slides, and we'll have an opportunity for any questions that I might be able to answer for you. So walking into the district, just characterizing the district quickly at a broad brush top level, we know that Anaheim is an integral part of the community. We know that you have a proud history. We heard a lot of that tonight. It's wonderful to hear, frankly. We know you have a high percentage of unduplicated count students in a broad array of programs, some of which are growing, some of which are very stable, but really a broad array to support your community, and frankly, something to be very proud about. We've listed a number of them here, many of which have been talked about tonight. But like all districts in the state of California, many districts certainly, you're facing challenges. Declining enrollment, transition from what is been described, and I'll actually share some statistics on this pandemic bubble that we've gone through that's affected your services, affected your funding, generally in a very positive way, but like things that expand and distort your finances, like a balloon, they go up and sometimes they come down. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that, and that's really fostering a lot of this reorganization talk. And lastly, some emerging state budget concerns, which Mr. Chavarria alluded to a little bit earlier. Do I have the clicker? Oh, thank you very much. So yes, I was brought on board initially. This was back in November. We talked a bit about what was necessary in the district to support their planning efforts. And so one of the things was to bring about and look at a site staffing model as a model or reference model for which to go forward and think about what the district may look like as you come down out of COVID. Identify some staffing and cost variances between where you're at today and where you may end up in the not too distant future, all as planning tools. Evaluate and take a look at the SERP as it played out over time to bring that into the financial equation to see where the benefits are and where you're going to have to rehire, and there would be either some savings or perhaps some costs. And then finally, work on a model for fiscal stability, and we'll get into that fairly deeply, and then make some comments and consult around the idea of reorganizing for the future. So let's talk a little bit about fiscal context and conditions, and I know probably everybody in this room knows more about it than I do, but I appreciate that I've had the opportunity to become very familiar with it, both at a broad level and within your district. Going back to pre-COVID era, 2019 to 20, that final year as COVID hit, the district came along and was operating at a deficit. And so that was essentially a starting point for reference purposes of where you were at in a, let's call it a normalized world with the structure that existed within Anaheim Elementary School District. As you fast forward from 20 to 24, boy, a lot of government programs, a lot of money, a lot of new services, a lot of challenging conditions of which the district obviously got through very positively and still today has remnants and some large remnants, if you will, the funding left and the services that are available to be able to use. In that same period, some other things happened that also propped up finances, not just in Anaheim, but across the state. The state, in reacting to COVID and reacting to a better economy than they even appreciated, enhanced funding for schools. And you'll see some of that in the charts I'm going to show. Higher state COLAs, some we haven't seen in a while, and for some of us that have been retired went, wow, maybe I should have stuck around. But we had those things. We had to change to the base funding formula in LCFF. If you remember, you got paid on the better of your current attendance or your prior year attendance. And the state said, well, no, we're going to pay it a 3-year average. And I'll have a chart that shows what that meant to Anaheim Elementary School District on the unrestricted side of the budget. And then more recently, coming out of COVID, a lot of new programs. ELOP comes to mind, community schools comes to mind. There was an expansion and extra funding for TK, in fact. So a lot of changes occurred during COVID, most of which is very positive. And ultimately, we have to kind of work that through the system to get back to where we think we're going to be in the out years. Because that comes along with You had a collective bargaining agreement that now is into the financial projections of the district, so that's good. We'll start with that. But 24-25 starts to look like more uncertainty at the state level. And again, we have a reduced COLA getting kind of back to normal, if you will, with that respect, but we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get to the charts. So the first case was, okay, let's create a model that is site staff, and we also looked at district staff, but this is the site staff model. It said this was kind of a starting point going back to pre-COVID. That's a composite of a number of things. It's a composite of some very hard standards that you find in the education code around staffing, your contracts, which are also pretty hard requirements on what maximum and minimum staffing might be, but also some industry norms that are not necessarily codified, but are typical to the industry, and particularly in Orange County. And they're discretionary to a certain extent, but there's a level set for a lot of these expectations as you look from district to district, but there are others that aren't. And so we'll touch on that in the next slide. So that model is put in place as a reference. Next thing was we took that reference point and said, okay, where's the district really at? And this is, again, a planning tool to try and indicate, well, where would we look if we said, we know we've got services that if we had to plan for something in the future, where do we have accesses? Where would we have to backfill? And where are we at and, wouldn't want to change things? And so this was provided to the district as well. And you can see going through the list, we tackled administration, certificated, and classified, just to create a level set of where we think we're at versus where we might be, situation back to normal. So again, starting point for planning, reference points all the way along. So on the site staffing level, from my review and recommendations of the district's operations, some big pictures came out when we're talking about fiscal planning. And at the site level, we talked about roles and responsibilities and perhaps optimizing the vice principal and leadership assistant's role, particularly as they relate to ELOP. ELOP is a new program. Realize it's just being put into place. You have administrators there, but you also have administrators, vice principals throughout all of your schools. Some of that is redundant, and it's worth further review to try and optimize as an opportunity as you move forward, particularly if you have declining enrollment, to optimize and better perform both financially and perhaps within the program. So that's one area, looking at site administration. Site certificated, we've done some analysis and projections on enrollment, looking at your staffing ratios, and like many, many districts, everybody was working hard to keep student staff ratios lower during COVID, and now coming out of COVID, those over time will probably come back up and need to, because the state doesn't finance those lower ratios so much as they did in COVID. So with your CERP, temporary contract releases, which the board approved, I believe, at the last meeting, some of that is going to move you in that direction. And once that settles out, as you understand enrollment next year, I'm going to encourage that you continue to look at that to try and keep close to those ratios that are in your contracts until you are stable on your financial side. Optimized TOSA staffing, a lot of TOSAs from COVID, which is great support over time. Those are positions we look to optimize across the district to get more productivity and opportunity for savings as well. The health model at schools for health services, you have a tremendous amount of registered nurses on staff, and that's a wonderful thing. The model typically has been more registered nurses and supervision with health clerk staffing. The services of primary health services as first-line providers within the schools. And so that's something else you may want to take a look at. That added over the top of that, of course, is now requirements in ELOP to have those same services. And so that stretches the school day a long way. So there's more resources needed, but there's an opportunity to optimize that system. And then in site classified, I would encourage a really strong look, and we've had some conversations at the cabinet level around special education. Again, during the pandemic, we're doing as much as we can do. We have some resources to do it, but like anything, as the funding contracts, it's time to kind of go take another hard look at the services we're providing, make sure we're doing what is necessary and what we can afford, and balance those things out. And so that's another opportunity for the district. So I want to get in, I've gotten trying 4 charts, kind of talk about how we got here a little bit. In this very colorful chart, line chart, I'm going to ask you to focus just on the orange and green lines at the moment. So the orange line is in fact your funding level. over the years in your multi-year projection, with 1 year added on at the very back end that's going to be in your multi-year projection in about 3 months. The green line is the funding line on the natural. What if you were funded just based on the students you have in any given year? And you can see, just looking at the chart, you can see this wide gap between the orange and green line during this area that's boxed in the red dots, kind of the COVID period. And then you see some numbers up above the orange line. And what those numbers reflect is $25.9 million was generated. That's the differential between current year attendance and the 3-year formula. The red numbers, 14.8, is what's generated on the old formula of prior years. So in fact, the district benefited in 22-23 to the tune of over $9 million by that change in formula. And they benefited the year previously, and you'll continue to benefit. Going out and looking at 24-25, you'll see that differential now is only $1.9 million. So as the gap closes, right, the lower the benefit of that 3-year formula as the average catches up to where reality really is. And so districts across the state are facing this. And so that's something to be cognitive about, because what will happen is revenue will fall off faster than even enrollment and ADA do eventually, unless that really just smooths out. But you can see from the chart, it's expected you're going to take a bit of a drop, and then as you project out, you have 200 student differential each year, and it's a pretty narrow band at that point. So that's a big piece of the financial picture. There's a couple of numbers at the bottom I'll just call your attention to. You see the COLAs, the state COLAs in black, 5.07, 13.26, 8.22, as Mr. Chavaria mentioned earlier, 0.76 and 0.273 are the state COLAs. Moving through, and particularly for declining enrollment districts, it's important to understand and calculate your net COLA. After declining enrollment, how much did your revenues really increase, right? And so you can see those in the gray numbers. And of course, in a declining enrollment world, they're going to be less, and actually as you move into the next year, 24-25, it's going to be a negative COLA, and Mr. Chavaris shared with you, there's just less revenue in absolute dollar terms than there was the year before. So bear that in mind as you go forward. So that was the unrestricted side, is the LCFF, which primarily drives the unrestricted revenues. On the restricted side, which are your categorical programs, the same phenomenon is here. You see this huge increase coming in and through the COVID window. Up to $100 million in revenue in the 22-23 year was the peak. That's starting to fall off now as the ESSER money has been spent. Some of the learning loss monies have been spent. And so that's falling off, and you're keeping some in reserves, but the actual revenues on a year-to-year basis are dropping. And so as you get to the other side, and I'm looking at next year now, you see that the revenues on the restricted side will be higher than they were pre-COVID, good news, but you also have new programs. ELOP expansion is wide and brand new, and it's going to bring about $31 million a year into the district. And so that's in that revenue picture. And on base, you're $50 million higher in restricted revenues next year than you were the year before COVID, but you're actually $50 million less than you were at peak too. So that's a big adjustment. That is a big adjustment. You see the number trends down a bit. The community schools grants are not yet in there, so that might raise it up about $4.5 million if those awards come through as the district expects. But bear in mind, so both the unrestricted side of the budget and the restricted side of the budget are feeling revenue pressure going through. And it's not just declining enrollment, it's the formula, it's the washout of COVID revenues that are now at the end of September finished, essentially. But you do have some new program money to make up for it, and so that's going to keep you a little bit elevated in the out year. So that's the revenue picture. Now when we take the revenues and we put those in and look at them against the expenses, this was mentioned, we're already taking steps to kind of flatten out the expenses, the orange line. You see the increase, you see building a surplus, and now you see deficits as you start to work that out. Part of the goal of this exercise is to bring those two lines together over time in a managed way that doesn't impact the district, or minimal impact to the district. And then finally, what happens with all that? Well, you're going to be spending in those deficit years the dollars that are in your ending fund balance. And so that's a downward trend. And again, the real part of this exercise is to move both those lines, the blue and the orange line, which is your unrestricted and your restricted ending fund balances, up and level them off at some point in the future. Good news is that right now, you have adequate dollars to fund deficits for the next couple of years. The key to all of this is managing what I'd like to call a soft landing in the out years. So part of doing that is actually getting into some detail around budget stabilization. And what does that really mean? It really means finding a pathway to a balanced budget at the end of the day. You are going to expend reserves. You know you're going to expend reserves. That's a good thing because, again, it keeps your services up. And the idea is to manage it in a way that it doesn't come down in an unexpected manner. And the same token is not to cut it off too soon. I've mentioned others that, you know, some districts it's, well, let's just balance the budget and be done with it. But there's not much point in reducing staff and reducing expenditures in a huge measure only to have 30 or 40 or $50 million still sitting in your ending fund balance. So this has to be managed over time, to try and create a soft landing. So working with second interim, making some adjustments to second interim, that's the orange line that you see. There's still some things that have to be moved around as you get to closing out the year. What would be the pathway, given that you've already taken some credits for things in the budget, such as your collective bargaining, such as the net impact of the SERP, the board-approved temporary certificated contract releases, and some other non-personnel expenses. So what's that path look like? And so that path, at least for modeling purposes, for now, is $3.5 million as you get into next year. You can see $1.5 million on the unrestricted, $2 million on the restricted. You move out into the next year, and you want to get on a path to reduce about $9 million. And then out into 26, 27, there's probably about another $11 million cut out there. Now that's not absolute. This is just a crystal ball at the moment that says if you had to get to a place for a soft landing, what would you have to do? The picture's going to change. We're going to get more information from the state. There's going to be some good things that happen, and there may be some things that are negative that are going to happen. But the idea is now we have the stepping stones on the path to get there, and we can make the adjustments along the way. Part of those adjustments is getting to some detail actions. And so working with Cabinet, we've come up with pricing on various actions. This particular chart summarizes not only those actions, but a little bit more as ideas as you go forward to consider in the future. Given that probably all the personnel changes for the most part that can be planned and orchestrated for 24, 25 are now pretty much set. And so there are some other things, some shifts that will go on, I would expect. We're talking about music teachers moving from the LCFF to Prop 28, which is a new funding source for the district. We've talked about some transportation costs that may move over into bond funds. So all those still have to take into account in the books. There are a couple things in yellow that I just want to call out, which are great ideas. You have brought the ACES program back in to the district. It's going to be integrated with the ELOP program, which is the state's goal. But until the personnel are really defined about who is going and where they're coming from, it's hard to gauge savings. So right now we're saying that savings is going to be roughly $4.5 to $4.7 million. That plan really needs to be developed before you get into next year, so you either don't miss the opportunity or you don't realize the full savings. And I would say the same thing for the Stronger Connections grant, which is a 2-year grant worth about $5 million a year. 4.4 a year, I think. And so they're highlighted in yellow because they're built in and baked into the cake for savings for over the next 3 years. And so let's get those set up. And then there's some other ideas in the out years. None of this is cast in concrete, particularly for the out years, but the targets are in place and the ideas are there. So now that staff, as you go through your management transition here, can reflect on those and ask if they're the right ones, or they can work to optimize them, change them, whatever, but at least the targets are here they can reflect on and move to the next step based on whatever happens in the larger picture. So in essence, we've got a plan that gets to the end of the day that keeps both the restricted and unrestricted sides buoyant with enough reserves to continue and consider a soft landing, and kind of not maximizing certainly, but certainly getting the runway for that soft landing as little impact on the district as possible to get to those numbers, with the hopes that you don't have to realize that something good will happen. Perhaps this downturn that's coming in the state is going to be short-lived. Let's all hope for that. Revenues will pop back up again, COLAs will pop back up again, and who knows? Some of these subdivisions out here will get filled with kids and you'll have more kids come in. Those are all good news and will all raise revenues and will keep this plan from ever really happening. But plan for the worst, hope for the best, and be prepared. So with that, I'm going to step over out of the finance. Before I get off finance, are there any questions or comments? And again, this is kind of a plan for a plan, but it's already starting in motion with some actions that are taken for 24-25. Okay, I'll carry on. Just a couple of slides of district organization. So part of my role is to consult on organization movement. The district SERP, and I just can't emphasize this enough, so we had over 115 positions, I think, included in the district SERP, some of which will come back, some of which won't. About 90 or so are designated to be refilled, hopefully at a lower cost. That's where the savings comes from. And that's going to be a heck of a workload as you get started for this next year. And so let's not lose sight that the district office needs to evacuate because we have cost pressure. There's work to do, and there will be work to do, as was pointed out, to plan program and to continue to plan finances. However, in the SERP plan, there are vacancies in the district office. And so some of those will be filled, some of them will not, and Mr. Chavaria is going to talk a little bit about that in a moment. It is an opportunity to restructure for the future, and while that's exciting, my only caution would be in a change of leadership. Be cautious, because change in its own creates impact. Change during transition and leadership has the potential to create more impact. And so we've made some recommendations, some of which will be longer, some of them which we can take perhaps blocks to put them in the right position to reorganize and move that forward. Your organization in the district, to characterize it, is kind of tall and narrow by management standards, I would say. It has leadership that's kind of stacked up on each other and has been condensed over the years, I believe, along with clerical support that is evident throughout all of the departments. Over the longer term, districts, industry in general, has moved to flatter and wider to create spans of control for managers through the use of technology and other means. And that's where I think you want to go ultimately in this reorganization. But as a starting point, Mr. Chavaria.
So our district office recommended reorganization that our cabinet, along with our consultant, kind of analyzed and looked at, has to do with the 21, reduced positions at the district office that were highlighted in the previous slide. So it's like, how do we continue the work right at the district office and be efficient, not having 21 current positions, right, that are either vacant or through retirement, we're not going to fill. So here are the recommended reorganization from our superintendent's office to move school safety and operations from the superintendent to admin services, and then to move school family and community engagement from the superintendent's office to educational services. Under educational services, it is recommended to move DES to admin services and move DES curriculum specialist staff to curriculum and instruction. Also to merge the ECE with special programs to a new special programs / ECE department. And then close positions for curriculum specialists and child development specialists, and add an ECE coordinator position with combined responsibilities. Under admin services, merge the transportation and school safety and operations departments to a new safety and operations / transportation, and close the director of transportation position, and fill the vacant transportation operations supervisor position, and close the transportation coordinator and fleet supervisor positions. Under human resources, close the induction curriculum specialist position, and add responsibilities and oversight of both teacher induction and new administrator induction programs beginning July 2024 to a new induction coordinator position. And then we're also asking the board, we're recommending under staffing to be able to fill vacant management positions from within the department and consolidate duties as necessary. Because bringing folks from the outside kind of affects this fiscal stability plan that we have, and we believe that we have the capacity and very talented and individuals that can fulfill, some of those roles.
Jesse, I just have a clarifying question. Even though we're moving DES curriculum specialists to CNI, that does not necessarily mean that they're reporting to district office, correct? That they're still going to be at DES.
Let me refer that question back to our Ed Services Assistant Soup.
No, they will not work with the digital education system or services department anymore. They'll be working in the curriculum and instruction. So our DES department will focus on information technology.
But a lot of our technologies are in the DES office, so they're going to report here and drive there if they need to.
The information technology, the main people will stay at the building on Melrose. There's 2 curriculum specialists that will move over to the CNI department.
In district office?
Yes.
So if they're needed in DES, then they'll have to drive there.
Well, people are already driving around, working collaboratively across all the spaces anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, I think if you can clarify what I'm saying if I'm wrong, the DES curriculum specialists are teachers who are working on technology-related curriculum, so it makes sense to be working with the other curriculum team, even though they're part of their specialty is technology. They don't need to be working with people who are running the internet, who are running our infrastructure, digital infrastructure, right? They just happen to have a specialty in technology in the classroom.
Yes, the 2 specialists that are there, one is focused on technology integration into the classroom, the other science, but they also oversee, the learning management systems, our parent square, various different things.
Just to summarize and wrap up a couple of final thoughts. So, fiscal stability plan is intended to balance the district over time. Expect to run deficits, but manage those deficits and manage the plan going forward. Really want to reduce unrestricted, restricted structural and program deficits again over time. Don't want to balance the budget immediately because you've got the resources and have been provided the resources to continue to run program. Strategically use the reserves and maintain the required annual reserves as you get closer to running down your fund balances. Achieve that soft landing, if you will. I'm really quite proud of working 4 months here and working with staff. I think we have the targets and the approach pretty well characterized right now. They will take maintenance over time as things change, and hopefully things will change more positively, so the impact is less. But the approach and the targets are currently understood. Looking forward, there's just things to continue to do, ensure organizational continuity. Obviously, the successful leadership transition that goes on is going to be key to everything. And then effectively orchestrate this fiscal management plan. And I think probably one of the keys is on the restricted side of the budget. Certainly work to balance those restricted programs. There are a number of them, and an overinvestment in one could turn out to be a little bit catastrophic and force a lot of extra effort to move money around at the last minute and try and rescue if you end up creating a deficit in a program you didn't intend to. Prepare all stakeholders, and you guys are doing a great job. I know you're communicating to all the folks about what's happening, and there'll be more information to follow, and I'm happy to assist should you need it. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll take any questions if you have them. Very good. Thank you so much.
All right. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the fiscal stability planning and management study as presented. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Lopez.
So moved by Trustee Lopez. Can I get a second? Seconded by Trustee Philbeck. Any questions or discussions? I would just like to make a comment in the sense of on the presentation and stuff, and you talked about this in the sense of just, filling and not, having vacant management positions from within the departments, et cetera. I do want to stress, though, and I'm just speaking on a personal note, that, we had some of our employees today come up here and talk about more responsibility being placed on them because of the fact that we are eliminating these positions. But guess what? The work's still there. So one thing I do just really want to express is that I really hope that this board, the cabinet and whatnot, is going to reach out to our members and let them have a voice in this process, since they're the ones that are working there and know better than, no offense, any of us, the roles and responsibilities and the workload overall. So I just would feel a lot better knowing that we will have that commitment going forward, and they will have a say in this process. That's just my ask. Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you again for that very thorough presentation.
This might be a point of order. I have a question regarding, this has happened, and I believe you remember this once before. Do our bylaws state that we cannot go past 10 o'clock in a meeting without rendering a motion? Yes, we must make a motion and estimate the exact time after 10 o'clock. We must make that motion in order, and I think we're going to go past the 10 o'clock. So there needs to be a motion. I'll make that motion.
I don't remember if
that to extend the meeting
Have we?
to, do you guys think?
10:30.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, 10:30. It's happened once. I've been on this board 10 years. It's happened once. So. But I
think
believe
we
it's
can
in our
too, but
bylaws.
Just leeway, we'll say 10:30 just in case.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I'll make
sure.
that motion.
So moved. Who you made the motion? You seconded by Dr. McCallus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's crank through this, guys and girls. Consent calendar. Items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and are acted on by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled at this time? Trustee Philbeck.
Yes, I must pull item, I believe it's A6. It's on page 5.
Okay.
The YMCA item.
Okay.
And that's it.
Trustee Alvarez. Trustee Lopez. I imagine you're A8.6 as well? Okay. Dr. McCallus? And I have nothing as well. Okay. It is recommended the Board of Education approve/ratify the following consent calendar items with the exception of item 8A.6, which was pulled and will be voted on separately. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Lopez, seconded by Dr. McCallus. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Let's turn our attention to the pulled item, 8A.6. It is recommended the Board of Education ratify the agreement between this district and the Anaheim Family YMCA at 240 South Euclid Street, Anaheim, California, 92802, to provide staffing and programming for intercession camps during the 2023-24 school year. The camps will serve TK through 6th grade students focusing on academic, social, and emotional needs. The additional days are designed to serve parents and community as a resource. In the event AESD uses district staff to cover program ratio requirements, the district will keep the portion of the ESSER 3 funds to cover expenses. The ESSER 3 Summer Grant Program award is a total of $1,305,000.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second, Alvarez.
Seconded by Trustee Alvarez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Discussion.
Oh,
I'm supposed
sorry,
to,
go ahead.
I'm
Discuss.
supposed to declare first that I serve on the board for the YMCA, so I will be abstaining.
Okay.
And I will also be abstaining for having received compensation from YMCA last 12 months.
All right, let's do a roll call vote then. Philbeck?
Abstain.
Aye.
Alvarez, Lopez,
Abstain.
Dr. McCallus?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Carries 3-0 and 2 abstentions. Action calendar, Superintendent's Office. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2023-24/38, declaring March 31st, 2024, or the days surrounding it as Cesar Chavez Day.
So
throughout the
moved.
Anaheim. Thank
Second,
you, Dr. McCallus.
Second, Alvarez.
And seconded by Trustee Alvarez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2023-24/39 in support of National Child Abuse Prevention Month
So moved.
throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District. So moved by Dr. McCallus.
Second, Alvarez.
Seconded by Trustee Alvarez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. It is recommended the Board of Education vote for no more than 7 candidates for the 2024 Sub-Region 15 CSBA Delegate Assembly. Delegates will serve a 2-year term, April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2026.
So moved, but then
Then we got to vote.
do we make, can I make a recommendation?
Sure,
all
once we
got-
discuss them.
Okay,
So can I get a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second to discuss.
Seconded by Juan. Okay. Any discussion?
Okay, so being a delegate, I have worked with 5 of the existing delegates: Lauren Brooks, Candy Kern, Deanna Miller, Anne Marie Randall Trejo, and Barbara Schulman. I do not know Carol Crane or Jonathan Stone. However, their bios were respectable. So if any of you know them, I was hoping maybe some of you might know them, but I would like to recommend at least Lauren, Candace, Deanna, Anne Marie, and Barbara Schulman.
I'm good with that.
I have Deanna Miller, Brea Olinda, Candy is Cypress, Lauren is Irvine, Anne Marie is Anaheim Union High School, and Barbara Schulman is Saddleback. And I'm sorry, I don't know Carol. Carol and Jonathan are not incumbents, but if any of you know them, I'm certainly not adverse to including them. We can vote up to 7.
Yeah. Okay. Any other recommendations? Are we good with the recommendations that Trustee Philbick provided?
Second.
Great. And who were those again, Trustee Philbick?
Lauren S. Brooks Irvine, Candy Kern Cypress, Deanna Miller Brea Linda, Anne Marie Randall Trejo, Anaheim Union High School, Barbara Schulman, Saddleback Valley USD.
All right. I'm totally fine with that. Are we all good?
Yep.
All right. Taking Trustee Philbick's recommendations, including Brooks, Kern, Miller, Anne Marie Randall Trejo, and Schulman for the CSBA delegates serving the 2-year terms beginning April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2026. Can I get all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Educational Services. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2023-24/40 in support of the School Library Week, April 22nd through 26, 2024 throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District.
So moved.
So moved by Trustee McCallus.
Second.
Oh, you can have it. Second.
And second is Trustee Lopez. Any discussion?
Let's just celebrate them.
Any other discussions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0. SELPA, none. Human Resources. It is recommended the Board of Education implement the second submission of PAR supplementary retirement
So
plan.
moved.
Second,
Can I get a
Alvarez.
second? I'm sorry, was that one?
Yes.
Or- okay.
Alvarez.
One Alvarez. Discussions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? Awesome. Carries 5-0. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the new job description and recruitment for Expanded Learning Opportunities Program Specialist.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. McCallus.
Second. Lopez.
Second by Mr. Lopez. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2023-24/42 for the non-reelection of the school psychologist interns trainees effective June 30th, 2024 as listed on Exhibit 9D.3. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Lopez.
So moved by Trustee Lopez. Can I get a second? Seconded by Trustee Philbick. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries 5-0. Administrative Services, none. And here we are, board discussion.
Okay, I'll do my best to get through this quickly. Why are you laughing? Because you know me, right? Okay. Well, I really enjoyed the drum line. I wanted to mention that. That was just fantastic, and boy, were they good. That was great. Okay, so I did attend the Roosevelt Lunar New Year, which was absolutely fantastic. There was student performance and a special lion dance out in the court. And it was just wonderful. The transitional kindergarten teacher, Andy Liu, did a great job with the kids, and Kristen Wong was a curriculum specialist for the Mandarin program. They ran the program, and it was wonderful. I'd like to say, too, there was a little girl that was in the front that we saw last year that just really had a meltdown. And I mean, she had a meltdown during the program, and it was sad, but she was very, very cute. This year, she was front and center, giving it all she had. It was just amazing. So just what a difference a year can make. Then I attended along, I believe, Mr. Lopez, you were there too. Oh, there I am. Gosh, I've been around, huh? Got around a bit. We attended the council meeting, city council meeting, where Dr. Downing, was acknowledged. He had received the Quantum Impact Courageous Leadership Award for transformational leadership. Say that fast. And there was a recognition at the council. CABE conference, a lot went on that 3 days. There was a symposium with Dr. Downing, our CABE Parent of the Year luncheon for Jesse Alvarez, which was very exciting, and the Seal of Excellence banquet for MAN, the dual language immersion program in Spanish. I also attended several of the presentations, the staff presentations, and I won't go through all of them, but Magali, Kim Govia, Yesenia Navarro, Yadira Moreno, Valerie Valencia. There was just so many, and Mark Anderson for music. I'll just say that we did ourselves proud those 3 days. We really, really did. Most of our presentations several were standing room only, and there was so much information that people just would not stop asking questions. They really were looking at us as a model district, and there were proud moments. Saw the mariachis from, I think it was Stoddard, a student panel with CABE Delegates Assembly. Our students were from MAN, and they did excellent. And a panel of our PLI parents, our school family parent and community engagement. So that was just really a wonderful 3 days. Read Across America, read to Price, first grade, Miss Ibarra, second, Miss Abol, Westmont, Miss Velasco, fifth grade. Gwynn, sixth grade, Kelly Blumel, and TK Sarah Cam, and Jefferson, I read for Miss Bloom and TK, and Mrs. Hone in second grade. The Thomas and Edison groundbreaking, I'll let some of the others report on that, just to say that we're really proud of that what's going to be that new Research and Innovation Center, and it was a really exciting day. I was able to go for some surprise visits for the top teacher and top leader of Parenting OC Magazine, Anaheim Online Academy, Mr. Lopez was the teacher, correct? Okay. And Orange Grove Principal Dr. Mara Queen was the top leader. So that was exciting to get to surprise them. I did attend the Orange County Music and Arts Administrators Awards at the Samueli Theater. Great presentation. Thank you, Mark Anderson, for always making us proud and representing so well. Our category of the Arts Advocates, Save the Music Foundation, which are great partners with us, were included, won that. And we had 2 nominees, 2024 nominees. Congrats to Jose Hernandez, who is owner of the company that we contract for our mariachi instruction, and Brittany Springle, who is a counselor at Price. I'm presently serving on the committee to choose the City of Anaheim Poet Laureate, and I'll mention that only because on the library board, but when we do that, I'd like to see maybe if there's some point during the next year, into the school year, that we can maybe have some kind of partnership, or have some, something to do with the Poet Laureate, maybe have them come out to the schools, do a presentation or something. I thought that would be fun. Okay, so I did attend the breakfast to honor Marco Solis, which we all saw, and that was wonderful. Just a great kid, and those are students that overcome obstacles to reach their academic goals. There was a Zoom Google Meet with our Japanese class it's Yanakawa students, and our class here is at Sunkist. And it's a lot of fun. It's great fun, and they ask questions, and they're typical kids, you know, they want to know what kind of TV, what do you like to watch? What are your snacks? What games do you like to play? No matter where you are in the world, kids are still kids, but it's a really great opportunity for them to be speaking to us in English and us to, you know, learn a lot about the Japanese culture. The YMCA Gala honoring Paul Cott, I'll mention that because he's just a great person in our city. And I did also attend with Dr. Downing the parent recognitions for the Fresno State University Awards. As Dr. Downing said, many of the parents had achieved several. I was very, very impressed. And last but not least, there was Dr. Grace and I had a legislative meeting with Assemblyman Avelino Valencia. This was through the CSBA Legislative Week, and we talked about a lot of different, very important legislative activity that, you know, some asks that we had and some things focusing on sustaining our existing programs rather than creating new ones, and a new bond that might be coming up, addressing the significance of reports that are required by our local educational agencies. And we had a very productive meeting, and it is important to meet with our legislators. So with that, thank you for listening, and I will turn it over to, thank you, to
You meant Alvarez. I know.
Mr.
Okay.
Alvarez. I was rushing through that.
It's okay.
Sorry.
So
I know
yeah,
who you are
I
some
know.
days.
I attended the CABE conference, and I just want to mention that it was just a great source of pride for, I think, everybody in this room. I really appreciate that, especially Dr. Downing got to experience that conference as a superintendent of this district when it was hosted in Anaheim. I think that was very special. And it was just a culmination of all the work that this board approves and that this team does around parent engagement and around dual language. And the whole universe knows that we're top notch, right? So it was really cool to see that in action. I really do appreciate all the staff members who put on our presentations and engage our families into being there and volunteering and being involved and having panels where their voices are being heard. And I know both our dual language and our parent engagement, our PLI systems are sought after by other entities around the state and in some cases around the nation. So just really proud of us there, right? And then it was also just the culmination of my career being summed up in one room. When we were at the Award of Excellence dinner, not only did Horace Mann get the award for Seal of Excellence, where my son goes to dual language immersion. In the past, my son attended Lincoln, and they also got a Seal of Excellence award. And then the school I work at got the Seal of Excellence award. And at that school, I was a dual language instructor, and I'm in charge of dual language as an administrator. So it was just really prideful for me to see my entire universe in a room and validating the fact that the structures we're putting in place to support our families, to provide them dual language instruction and engagement.
Point of clarification,
Yeah.
are you going for CABE president?
No.
Like, yeah, because it sounds like it. You should.
It just turns out that my entire existence as a person revolves around this type of instruction and engagement, right? And it was just all there. And then to put the icing on the cake, then my wife also gets Parent of the Year, right? At a different luncheon. So it was just a family. It was an Alvarez family, like you know how people say like somebody swept the Oscars. Like I felt like we swept CABE, and it was like really cool to see that, right? So it was a really great time for my wife and I, and a lot of pride came from being in that space and seeing all of us engaging in that work, and also then being a model for that work through the CABE Association. So a great time for all of us. And then I also attended the Edison Research and Innovation Center groundbreaking with my family, and just a good time just seeing us engaged in constructing things in our community, right? And we've been doing that and showcasing beautiful campuses, right? And this is just going to be another addition to something beautiful that we're going to add to our community spaces, and that's also super prideful for me. So I was glad that we were able to all be there and share that time and space. I was able to escape my job for 30 minutes to go read at Westmont During Read Across America week, I was able to pick out a book called Fry Bread from the library. So luckily, the school librarian actually had a shelf full of books for the guests in case he didn't come with the book. And obviously, being in a rush, I didn't come with the book. So I found Fry Bread, which is a special book for my family. My wife and my kids are Native American, they're Comanche. And so when I saw, I was like, yes, because most kids probably don't get this book read to them, right? So I was able to share a little bit about what I know about making fry bread through my family experience and also read the book with the kids. So I really enjoyed that time. And reading to the kids is always like our favorite, I think one of our favorite times of year. So I was glad I was able to escape for a little bit to do that with our students. Let's see. I just want to make sure I don't forget anything that I want to talk about. Oh yeah, and then happy Women's History Month to all the women out there who pour their hearts and souls into this community space, right? Without you guys, we literally would not exist. So thank you to all the women out there. Happy birthday to Dr. Downing. I know his birthday was last week. And congrats, Dr. Grace, on your recognition for Administrator of the Year. That's really great to see you. I'm really kind of happy to see the two of you kind of going out with a bang, right? Like your careers are very special and they're very rewarding. And I know that there's a lot of passion behind what you do. And you do make a difference in this community and you're appreciated. So it's always great to see you get those accolades, right? Because you deserve it. Thank you so much. That's my report.
All right, thank you, and thank you, trustees Philbeck and Alvarez. That makes my report that much shorter. So you report on a lot of things that I was going to cover, but just briefly, I'll mention the city council meeting. I was able to attend that and be able to support Dr. Downing as he received his award by the city council for some very well-deserved recognition. And then I realized I was actually on the agenda as well for my appointment as the now ex officio representative for the Parks and Recreation. No longer am I the alternate, but I've promoted up to just ex officio. So I was able to attend the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, so just a couple announcements about that. There is a new Kaboom playground that's scheduled to be at Little People's Park in mid-May. I believe there was a community meeting last week at Franklin Elementary, if I'm not mistaken, for some community input on that, so that'll be coming soon. Also, a mini playground is scheduled for Paul Revere Park in the not so soon future. It's going out to bid, so that's still going to be on the calendar maybe sometime next year. We also have some summer concerts are coming up at the parks, June 27th, July 11th, and July 24th at least, so mark your calendars for that. We also have a National Night Out and concert, which will be at Majeska Park on August 6th. So I will remind everyone again about that. I know it's a little ways away, but be here before you know it. But if you're interested in attending, the next meeting for Parks and Rec Commission will be March 27th. It's a Wednesday at 6 p.m. It'll be here at the Downtown Community Center, 250 East Center Street. I was also able to attend CABE. So again, much of what Trustee Alvarez and Philbeck already covered. I think it was great to be here in Anaheim. Dr. Downing representing with a very rousing introduction and welcome for everybody up on the stage. Also representing in our leadership symposium, which was 4 hours. So we really persevered through that. So thank you, Dr. Downing, for sticking it out there. And really also want to just recognize all the parents that we had that volunteered and made the bags. As we heard earlier, 71 of our parent volunteers were there in attendance. So that is very well recognized and appreciated. So thank you to our families for participating in that. Also at the Edison groundbreaking for their Research and Innovation Center, I appreciated all of the student performances. We were front row and we felt it because we had the singing, we had the instrument. I mean, it was, I felt like I had to sign a waiver because I was so close. I thought I might get injured just being up there in the front row. But that was great. And also having the national anthem in both English and Spanish, I thought was a nice touch as well for the students, the families who were able to make it to the event. It was great to see them out there as well and helping us shovel some of the dirt for the groundbreaking. And then I was not here for the lead program. I was almost going to be here for the lead program last Saturday. Then I realized it was at Sunkist. So in the driving rain, I was able to make it over there for about an hour or so with Dr. Grace. and company. There was a discussion about empathy while I was there, which I think is great, not just a great leadership quality, but a quality for all of us to practice. And so it was great to hear some of the information that was provided and some of the discussion that was going on. So with that, I just want to wish, I know it was mentioned earlier, just happy Ramadan for those who are observing, and happy Women's Month. And also just want to say thanks again to our staff, especially our budget staff. I know it's not a fun time, it's not an easy time, but I want to thank you for thinking outside the box, leaving no stone unturned in terms of saving every taxpayer dollar that we have and putting it to good use. While there are districts out there right now that are, in some cases, notifying some of their employees about hundreds of potential layoffs, we have retained all of our permanent staff. So I think that's major kudos for our staff for continuing to do that. And of course, as my colleague, President Ruela said earlier, as amazing as a district as we are, we still have some work ahead of us in terms of communicating with our staff, getting their input, supporting them, training them in whatever role they're going to be in the future. So I just want to also echo those comments. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
All right. I also attended Edison's groundbreaking, and I just want to give a thanks. I'm going to try my best to not repeat what the other board members said, because we went to a lot of events in this since our last board meeting. But yeah, I want to thank our council, Anaheim Council. I've never seen such an active council come to our events, especially to have a councilman in my area that's so involved. So thank you, Carlos Leon, for being present at Edison. And of course, the kids, you did an amazing job dancing. And thanks everybody and all our stakeholders for such a great groundbreaking. I can't wait to see the final product. I also attended with our, as it was shared earlier, our DES team. I was at the AUHSD in partnership with Google and a lot of various partners, AI conference. And I'm not going to lie when I say that I did not sleep all weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, primarily because, and I'm not an ed tech person, my area of emphasis in academia is in curriculum and instruction. But the things that I learned with our team, and first and foremost, I learned so much sitting with y'all. I want to give you all a huge shout out for teaching me some of the applications that we already have here in Anaheim Elementary, right? AI is here regardless if we use it now. I mean, it's only a 2-year technology, but it's here. And our students are using it. My college students are using it. What's important is that we are able to utilize any technological tool that comes. The keynote speaker said it is an Oppenheimer moment that we're going through right now, right? It will affect the way in which every institution, various fields work and operate, right? And if we do not get a hold of it early on and know how to manage it and use it with our students as a tool, then the sad reality, and it is a reality, that there are groups and organizations and folks that are using it negatively, and it will happen, right? But we must learn how to use it because it's here. So it is scary, but it's also an opportunity. And the reason I couldn't sleep was just because I was playing with a variety of tools, lesson planning. I mean, it is, it's scary, right? It's very smart, but it's not perfect. It's very biased because many humans are biased, right? I can go on and on about that. But I also attended another conference. This is like conference season right now. The California Council on Social Studies. I did attend with our TOSA, Laura Houston, which was awesome because a lot of folks in there were, coming up to me saying, hey, she's awesome. The things that you're doing at the elementary level is already ahead of the game, like many things that we've done, right, within social studies. So I'm incredibly proud. And I also want to give you a shout out because I know that you just recently received the Orange County Music and Arts Award. So congratulations, Laura Houston. Mary Grace, I know we still have 3 months, and of course with you, Dr. Downing, as well, but congratulations on your 2024 ACSA Region 17 Administrator of the Year Award. Well overdue. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy. There's an event for that, right? I think I saw the email. I will be there. I will cancel anything, even class. Oh, this is public, huh? Might get a riff. I'm just kidding. Oh, that's wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. But yeah, in the end of the day, I'll be there for you because you were there for our students. So thank you. I don't care what date it is. I will be there to celebrate your win. Kabe was awesome. Gosh, so many awards. Congratulations to Jesse Alvarez, our Parent of the Year, Louis Magdaleno, and the entire MAN team, and the Dual Language Immersion Program. It's just so great. You know, we're celebrating so many wins and victories. I'm just so proud. I'm really proud of our district. I'm proud of everybody, even folks that don't get awards and aren't recognized, because there are a lot that go above and beyond your job because you're passionate about working for the future of this nation, right, of our world. So thank you to all of y'all who aren't even recognized, because I know out there you're just doing it because you believe in the work. So congratulations to all of y'all as well. Happy belated birthday, Dr. Downing, our superintendent, and congratulations on your Transformational Leadership Award from the city of Anaheim. Another award. I don't know how many awards that is now, but we're gonna count. And last but not least, everyone did say Happy Ramadan. I am a Christian, but in the end of the day, I respect all religions, and it is very important that we acknowledge that some of our students may be celebrating Ramadan, some may be praying up until the late night hours and waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning just to eat, right? A lot of our students who practice Ramadan will be tired, hungry, dehydrated in classes, especially if they are with you late in the afternoon. So please know that. And that concludes my report. Thank you, everyone. Have a great month. See you next month.
All right. Kabe, awesome. Done. Edison Construction, super great. Really proud. Good. I want to say community schools. That was an event that I was able to attend the subcommittee. I really like the conversations and everything that's going on there. I really like the stakeholders that are there, what they're talking about. I'm very proud of all the things that we're doing here in the amazing AESD. That was a great meeting on the 28th of February. And then, of course, I too went to the lead meeting over at Sunkist. I was there for about an hour as well. I find it very interesting in regards to what we both walked away with. You said, we were talking about empathy, and I was going to highlight about how proud I was because I was like, I'm so proud of these candidates. They're focused on data. So just very vastly different in regards to things because we saw different presentations clearly, and I was all about the data because that matters to me. But overall, last but not least, seriously, to just mimic what everybody else is saying, lots of great things going on in our district. Happy belated birthday to Dr. Downing. Congratulations, Dr. Grace. Super excited for you. But that concludes my report. And on that note, our next board meeting is going to be Wednesday, April 17th. But
we got to sing to Dr. Downing.
Items?
We have to sing to Dr. Downing.
That's right. That's what we're getting ready to do. Okay. Any other agenda items? Future agenda items? Okay, Juan, you can lead us since you wanted to.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dr. Downing. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Yay! Yeah, good job, everyone.